I'm way ahead of you. Way ahead of everybody. Hello, everybody. If anybody is here, we'll soon find out once I get the YouTube page up. Jeez, thumbs. This is gonna take me a while. Always does, especially with this computer. Dear Lord. Oh, I can't wait to repair my computer. Oh,
And
because I hate using the home one. It sucks. It's worse than mine. That's saying a lot. Anyway. Really? Okay. So many pages I have to back out of. Don't mind me, guys. I'm just working. Just working on getting the chat set up so I can see everybody who's here. Well, at least this allows for us the opportunity to just shoot the breeze for a couple of minutes.
I think I might wear my Black Panther cap because it almost kind of looks like a Venom cap. You know, it's got the right sort of. I don't have a Venom cap yet, but you know, this will work. I think.
You really kill it with the superhero stuff discounts, huh?
Yeah,
they have good shit. They have good shit.
Yeah, they got really good deals.
Yeah.
I have a lot of superhero caps now, so it kind of I enjoy it when I do my reviews. I often do 3 or 4 reviews in one day, and then I literally change shirts and caps in between videos.
Yeah. Cool. I mean, you have a lot of superhero gear, and it's pretty awesome. I wish I had some of it, but I have a few superhero shirts here and there, and that's pretty much the gist and bulk of what I have. So, and hello everybody who's in chat, because now I can see you all. So hello, Soul of the Dragon. How are you? It's good to see you guys.
I have a question. If I pop out the chat and I close the window, will the chat stay? Well, let me try.
You can give it a shot, man.
It actually did. So that's better.
So what? Oh, okay. Cool.
It's like the first time Google and YouTube don't disappoint.
First time in a long time, because Google and YouTube disappoint me every day.
Yeah.
Okay. Did we?
But I wanted to ask something. Are you guys Venom readers?
I just started. I became a Venom. I've never been a Venom fan at all. I never liked Venom, and I jumped on the bandwagon. I'm a bandwagon jumper with Donny Cates, and Donny Cates got me back into Venom. Full disclosure.
Yeah, well, who's working with him? Because it's one of the best books at Marvel right now. I think
it's Ryan Stegman.
Yeah,
it's Ryan Stegman. Yeah. At
also,
least last time I checked, he's the one who's drawing it.
Yes, and then on the Venom First Post series, Bagley is the artist working with him. Mark Bagley and Paco Diaz.
And Bagley is a good choice too.
Yeah.
Awesome. That is some cool stuff. I don't have a lot of Venom comics of my own to speak of. I have a lot of the Spider-Man books that, revolve around Venom.
Yeah,
especially
like the 90s stuff.
The 90s. Yeah, a lot of the 90s stuff. I have a lot of the issues where Venom is appearing. I have I don't remember what issue it is. It was that one where it has Spider-Man, Venom, and Carnage in it.
Maximum Carnage?
It was probably part of Maximum Carnage, I think. Or at least I still have the book itself, but a former friend who is no longer my friend, he tore the cover off of it. So
why?
Well, here's the thing. The guy was a pathological liar. He lied to me at every possible chance he could. Because we were doing some art-related work and I've showed this on video before, where I showed some old pictures of like some drawings of superheroes that I did. And me and him were like, divvying up Marvel and DC superheroes and villains, and we were doing drawings of them and whatnot. And and so in order to find good pictures of them and whatnot, I went into like my comic book collection, especially my Spider-Man collection, to draw Spider-Man characters. And we took that one out, or we took a lot of them out. And then all of this next thing I know, a couple of days later or so, because he spent the night, I look at it, it's completely ripped off the page. And I'm like, what the freaking heck just happened? So I have to go, and I still haven't bought a replacement for it because I just either haven't had time or I always forget to. So
no, I get, and the other thing about that period is that it was close to the Clone Saga period, but by itself, it was surrounded by separation anxiety and all these other crossover. It was when Spider-Man got too bloated for its own good, I think.
Yeah. I think, what was it? I think I do have some of the issues where Venom made an appearance where he fought Scarlet Spider too, where he fought Ben Reilly.
Yeah,
and that was pretty fun actually. That was some good stuff. I enjoyed it. It was entertaining.
Well, you still have like John Romita Jr. doing some of those comics. I think he was in Spectacular, if I remember correctly.
I happen to have got the Secret Wars #8 here.
Oh, Venom's first appearance in the
first appearance, and I got another Web of Spider-Man #1, and also Amazing Spider-Man 252. What is so yeah, I got or Venom's early appearances, or at least the Venom
symbiote. Yeah.
Yeah, and, I think I actually have a couple of issues too. It was like about probably not even a year ago. There was a collectible shop that was in town. It's not here anymore. It disappeared, but they were selling a lot of old comics, and they had some of those early comic books, like where Peter was visiting the Fantastic Four and discovering that his suit was actually alive and whatnot. I actually have the what was it in the 90s cartoon show? They had that part where the symbiote was like and the normal
Tower. Yeah,
they were like fighting each other. I have the issue or the actual comic book cover where that came from, which is a really cool cover. I really like it.
But right now, I'm realizing that actually Eddie Brock wasn't the first kind of villain to don the suit. It was Kraven, though it was just a look, not the actual symbiote. He
wore the cloth costume.
Yeah.
And actually, Peter was wearing the cloth costume at that time too. Actually, the suit he was wearing was not the symbiote that I am aware of.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was just funny. Kraven is not remembered by that, even though it's probably the best Spider-Man story ever written.
Yeah.
Damn straight it is. It's one of them.
Kraven's Last Hunt.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
that's one that is on a must-read list for Spider-Man, I think. If it's not on your must-read list for Spider-Man, you're doing it wrong. My personal opinion.
So,
because I have it on hardback, so.
But how about the movie? When did you guys go to the cinema?
I went on Friday, late, at around 9 o'clock, to go see it with my brother. And I haven't had an opportunity really to talk about it except for on Twitter and whatnot, but I just had a blast with this movie. Considering that I think the last movie experience I had at the theater was Star Wars The Last Jedi. This is leaps and bounds above that. I'm thoroughly entertained.
No contest, man. In that sense, no contest.
Nope, no contest at all.
I think it's worth noting about the movie. It had Venom has a cinema score, which is sort of an audience score of B+, which is pretty decent. 30%.
It's actually above what I would expect
on Rotten Tomatoes, and it was only projected to hit around 55 to at most maybe 70 million an opening weekend, and yet it hit.
That was a
million.
Horrible prediction.
Yeah, well,
it's a superhero movie in October when it has no competition.
and it was weird because this is counting the pre-sales. For example, I usually buy or my cousin buys the tickets like 2 weeks in advance because we go to the midnight screening and those sell out and whatever. You can tell alone by how those do what you're gonna get in that first weekend. I mean, things can change from weekend to weekend, and in between, Thursday night to Sunday, things could change. But it seems that a lot of people were excited about the Venom movie, even though there's been a lot of backlash against Sony's decisions.
Well,
yeah,
sometimes I can understand, and sometimes
I think it has. It has to be understood though. Sony did not show a lot of confidence in this movie. Sony really did not show a lot of confidence movie going into it, and even Tom Hardy in interviews, even though he was very passionate about it, a lot of people, some of the things he revealed in the interviews gave some people some fear that it wasn't going to be very good, because he mentioned there's like 30 to 40 minutes of his character development that never even made it into the film, which is very surprising, because I thought this movie had one of the highlights of this movie was the character development of Venom and that symbiosis between him and Eddie Brock. I thought worked very well.
Right. Yeah,
I heard
highlight of the movie actually.
Yeah.
I heard those were, that those moments were him improvising. I don't know how good or bad they did, but what is certain is you can even tell about the budget of the film. It's a low budget film compared to the standard comic book movie nowadays, and that's one of the similarities I see with Punisher Warzone. I think Punisher Warzone and Venom are in this same place that they're probably gonna be Punisher Warzone already is, but they're in this like cult-like status because it's a very good representation of the character, even though the backlash and technical issues with the movie and budget problems and stuff is massive.
It wasn't a typical superhero movie, and it wasn't Deadpool, so it's straddling a very fine line between. Well, to me, it doesn't really feel like it's a movie from this particular genre or generation. It feels more like it's between the early 2000s. It feels more like back in the X-Men days or the original Sam Raimi Spider-Man run, where the creators didn't take everything so seriously. They weren't trying to build massively huge universes and whatnot and connect everything so desperately just to get that extra money. They were just telling controlled stories within their own controlled universes.
Yeah, Nightwolf, you make a really good point there about it wasn't trying to build a universe, and that's a really excellent point, because I think
they could stand on their own.
One of the mistakes that Sony made with Amazing Spider-Man 2 was that they tried too hard to build a universe. They put in too many Easter eggs trying to build something, whereas with Venom, they were just focusing on telling a good story. The only world building in Venom was basically the mid-credit scene with Woody Harrelson, and that was just a minor part. So that's I think they learned the lessons the mistakes that they made from Amazing Spider-Man 2, and Sony just focused on telling a good story, and it worked.
Yeah, it works. It works a lot better actually if you can create a story that's self-contained, because the biggest problem I have with Marvel films and even with the DCEU films is they're desperately trying to create this massively expanding universe with everybody interconnected. They're trying to make nods and everything, but at this point, it's gotten stale and I'm getting bored. I don't want to see a whole lot of building of universes and stuff anymore, unless you're going to be doing it with a property that hasn't been done with in a long time. Like with the Godzilla franchise and whatnot, I look forward to seeing, Godzilla versus King Kong down the line, or the current Godzilla movie that will be coming out later. I want to see those.
I think you fell down, man. You chopped out really bad.
I did? Holy shit. I wonder what did that. How bad is it? Because I can't tell on my end. I can hear everybody.
I can hear you now. I can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I sound like a robot, everybody. And also, hello to Tellum. How are you doing? I didn't get a chance to say hi to you yet. My apologies. Where did I cut out exactly?
You were making your point, but you just blanked out.
I blanked out?
Yeah, I couldn't hear you, or was it me? Is it on my end?
Comic Boom, did you hear everything I said about Godzilla?
I actually heard everything. There was just a pause where you stopped talking, and then
it was a pause.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, I think it was
just a weird pause. Oh, okay. It's basically I was probably finishing my point, and then probably or I trailed off and lost my train of thought for a brief second. I'm sorry.
I'll say this about the movie. Let's one of the things that I noticed, and if I was to nitpick this movie, and I'm not the only one to notice this, a lot of people are saying the first act maybe dragged on a little bit, and I noticed that too.
Yeah.
I did my review the following morning after I watched it, so it was fresh, and I didn't watch any other reviews, and even I admit that the first act dragged a little bit, but I didn't think it took away from the movie all that much. I still really enjoyed it. And I disagree with some people. I actually like the villain here. A lot of people think the villain's really weak. I think this villain is better than 90% of the Marvel Universe villain, with the exception of Thanos and Killmonger. I think this was I think this villain pulled it off. Riz Ahmed played a character that I actually believed him. I could believe this guy was a narcissist and wanted to save the Earth, even if it meant merging with a symbiotic parasitic species. I don't know. I believed it. Maybe that's just me.
No, the thing about Riz Ahmed is that he is a narcissist, so it's going to be hard for him to not come through like that. But actually, if you watch, in my review I made a review at Geeks and Gamers. It's actually the acting that holds on, like that carries the entire film. And even though most of the people who weren't Tom Hardy were a little more plain and a little they didn't cohese. I think they are good enough actors to carry it around. I think it was like Tom Hardy and everyone else. At least I didn't feel like any of the acting took away. It was from adequate to Tom Hardy excellent.
Yeah. Tom Hardy was the highlight for me, along with whoever is doing the voice for Venom.
That was Tom Hardy.
That was Tom Hardy.
That was also Tom? Cool. Actually, I wasn't sure if he was doing both or not.
Yeah, if you want to listen to a great interview, Tom Hardy talks about the fun that they had. He was always talking to himself in those scenes. When he's doing those scenes, they were actually talking to him, and he could hear the director talking to him, and he was imagining himself doing the Venom voice. And so it was actually, believe it or not, I found that surprising too. And it was fun.
Because it's hard to tell. I mean, they could have also done some audio trick to make it sound a bit deeper or more alien-esque, I guess would be the appropriate word. But for the most part, I mean, it doesn't sound like it went through too much of like some sort of audio filtering and whatnot. So, hey, props to him for being able to play basically two different characters.
And also for pulling off, I mean, it's got to be the best line in the movie, and that's that pussy line. That's got to be. And the beautiful thing about that line in that movie is how perfectly that scene was edited. Literally they're on the top floor, and Venom wants to, obviously he doesn't want to take the elevator. Eddie Brock wants to take the elevator, and and then they cut that scene, and then they immediately cut, and they're by the elevator, and then he says that word pussy, and it's perfectly edited, and everyone in the audience laughed. And in that one scene, you immediately saw the difference between Venom and Eddie Brock, and it was perfect. Yeah. It really, really was, and it was that type of dialogue. And there's lots of. I got a list there of my top 6 best lines in the movie. There's actually good lines in this movie, really good.
Yeah, I think one of my favorite ones was his banter back and forth between his ex-girlfriend and the symbiote talking to him in his head. Where it's like, we like her.
But that's the thing. I think that I'm not saying it takes away from the movie, but I think most of the people have the impression of Venom, at least from like the 90s cartoons or maybe Marvel vs. Capcom video games or whatever, that Venom is all about race. He's like a fucking Red Lantern. And I think that's wrong. I think people who have read Venom know that he does crack a joke, and he's a savage. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Well, Venom for a very long time, even in most of the comic books, he can be comedic in a lot of ways. And though Venom is what's the word? The symbiotes don't really have, I don't know if they really have voices of their own most of the time, especially not in the older stories and whatnot. The symbiote is just supposed to be an extension of the person's personality. At least a part of it. Or at least the symbiote amplifies that particular part and feeds off of it. So considering it is a sort of symbiotic relationship, they kind of bounce off each other.
That's the funny part, because that to me seemed very much like Deadpool, and Deadpool doesn't have it. He doesn't have this, voiceovers, his three voices or whatever. So I think in that way they switched, and that's the thing. Eddie Brock Venom probably is he might be like the first Marvel anti-hero of that type, second only to Lobo, DC, who is kind of like a parody of Wolverine.
Yeah. And I forgot to mention, there are other Venom comics I did read. There was a Venom origin story. I think it was in the early 2000s that I picked up. I don't remember very much, but it kind of went further back into Eddie's past and kind of showed you the reasons why he was, kind of a narcissist and a pathological liar and whatnot, which was really interesting to read. And also, I did get to read at least one or two issues of Agent Venom, where Flash Thompson was Venom, which was really good too.
Ron is excellent. That's probably my favorite Venom, to be honest, because the way he handled those characters, even all the way through when Agent Venom was in Thunderbolts, it was just amazing.
I actually, my favorite Venom is, well, I already played my hand. I don't have the background with you guys have with Venom. I started reading with Donny Cates. And I'm biased because I've only read Donny Cates, but I think this movie incorporated, whether it did so intentionally or not, some of Donny Cates' interpretation of the Venom character. And what I mean by that is, I love how Venom was his own character and perhaps a darker, more dominant character, but he's influenced by Eddie Brock just as much as Eddie Brock is influenced by him. And I love that fact. That's what makes it interesting, is that Venom had part of himself changed. At the beginning of this movie, Venom might have been inclined to go with Riot back to the planet and bring more symbiotes. But as Venom became one with Eddie Brock and became one with him and could build some rapport with him and realize that they were alike, they were both selfish characters in many ways. And he does Venom, as Venom himself said, you're a loser just like me. I mean, and so not going back, Venom selfishly wanting to have Earth for himself and not have other symbiotes come to Earth, I think is a really good take on the character.
And you mentioned this, and I think this hits exactly the nail when it comes to the criticism, because we as comic book readers are used to the panels, which are very, very fast takes and scenes and whatnot. And people in, film critics and stuff, they really need stuff to be digested for them. And a lot of people thought it was gratuitous that Venom changed its mind. But I think that's that happens because of difference of perspectives. Like, we are used to fast-paced storytelling. They're not.
Right. We're used to the way that comic books are written, to be quick and effective story medium. whereas they're more in they're waiting for like a slow burn, I guess would be the appropriate term.
Yeah, I think so. And especially in this movie, what happens is that they do have a slow burn, but that's the establishing character part. So there's a little pacing incongruence in there because you have like the first 40 minutes establishing the Eddie Brock story, and after that everything goes fast. Like it has great set pieces. For example, that fight with the policeman or whatever they were.
That was police he was attacking because Eddie says we don't eat police. We don't eat the good guys.
I think that set piece was one of the best like solo set pieces in the.
Yeah, the motorcycle chase scene is good too, though they did spoil that mostly in the trailer, but it's still awesome to see on the.
Yeah, they really have to stop it with the fucking trailers.
Yeah, please stop spoiling everything.
The thing with trailers nowadays is that they feel like they are like the smallest cut of the movie. You basically know. For example, with Captain Marvel, like that, the trailer inspired me not to watch the film. Like the most memorable thing is the blockbuster.
Yeah, and when the only thing that is the most memorable of your trailer is a nod to the '90s, you're not doing a very good job.
But that's the thing, that the movie is supposed to take place in the 90s, but that's the only thing that tells me that's the 90s. Nothing in that movie tells me.
Exactly, you're right. But nothing else.
I'm not kidding, you guys. I always go to these films with my cousin, and I dreamed that I went to watch Captain Marvel, and I was so bored I didn't remember what it was about.
No. Are you a precog? Are you saying that you've already predicted that the movie's going to be boring before you've seen it?
No, the thing is that the plot is very predictable, and we've seen it before in this same line of movies. Like this is basically the Avengers Redux.
Yeah. It's getting really like I've said for a while, it's gotten really irritating for me since I've been watching superhero movies since the early 2000s. And while I love the fact that the MCU managed to, work together and, make Avengers happen, which is awesome. But after Infinity War, we're pretty much tapped. We can't peak any higher than that. You can't keep paying the actors the absorbent amounts of money that you've been paying them. You can't keep trying. At some point, you can't really raise the stakes any higher than Thanos destroying half the universe.
That's the thing. It's you have to go like the Marvel Knights way, and you have to start making character pieces. Like I think, for example, Doctor Strange was a great step in that direction. Like I think that movie really had like the spirit of Doctor Strange, and this is what happens with Venom as well. It has its flaws, of course, but the important thing is that this is a Venom movie, and I got Venom, and I got a very good acted Venom, and I enjoyed Venom's. He was basically in screen the whole time, and I liked Eddie Brock, and I liked Venom, and that's the most important thing.
Well, let me ask you guys this. This is something that was a little bit of a controversy online. I'm curious as to Nightwolf and Spike, your perspectives on this. There's been a lot of talk about Sony, contracting with Marvel, allowing Marvel to use Spider-Man for the Marvel Cinematic Universe. There was talk that if the Venom movie bombed, that Sony would be more inclined to do another Spider-Man movie. But now I'm hearing that Sony might be more inclined to just do future Venom movies, do a Venom sequel without Spider-Man, and they might be more inclined now to let the Marvel Cinematic Universe, to let Disney use Spider-Man for more of their movies and just sort of build their own Venom franchise. What do you guys think?
They could try and build a Venom universe, but I don't know how many movies they could potentially make with that. I mean, I'm sure there would be a way to probably produce a few Venom-based movies, like a sequel, maybe a standalone Carnage movie, maybe. That could definitely work, I guess. I mean, they're doing the Into the Spider-Verse, as an animated
Don't,
feature.
Don't tell me about it.
Why not?
I'm not getting any money from
Oh. I'm sorry. That's right. You worked on Spider-Verse. I'm sorry, Spike. You're not getting any credit?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, that sucks. I
didn't
know
that.
My stance
use your race card, man.
No, that's the thing. I always told Marvel, like any day of the week I could pull the race card, but I'm not that person. That's what I'm fighting against.
Yeah. I was kidding.
No, I know. I just want them to know I know. But going back to the question Metropolis was asking, the thing with me is I don't care about that Spider-Man at all. He's not Spider-Man to me. He has nothing that tells me that's Spider-Man. I think he would be a great Miles Morales, but not Peter Parker.
Yeah,
I think Homecoming is a Miles Morales film with Tom Holland.
Yeah, I could understand that. I could actually buy that. Might explain the reason why I didn't like the movie very much.
For example,
Tavia, how you doing?
The Amazing Spider-Man films had a lot of Steve Ditko stuff in them, and that's what I like. I know the second one is horrendously misguided, and it focuses on every single other thing that isn't Spider-Man. But
I take that over Homecoming.
But then, no, exactly, I do too, because you can edit the movie and have like a good 15-minute short about when Stacy's dead.
Yeah.
And it's very very like Steve Ditko-ish, and those classic Spider-Man tales. I know when Stacy's dead is not a Steve Ditko tale, but even then, what's the name of the actress? Emily Stone, Emma Stone.
Emma Stone, yeah.
Emma Stone looks exactly like how John Romita drew. She looks like she was drawn by John Romita.
Yeah. And I did enjoy the chemistry she had with Andrew Garfield, since they were kind of dating at the time. I don't know if they still are, but it obviously showed, and it was cute. It was charming.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's the problem is the script that, first of all, it focused on the worst version of Electro possible, and the whole movie is about that Electro character, which is the dumbest fucking villain I've seen. And then
shoehorning in other villains did not help either.
Yeah, exactly.
Shoehorning in Green Goblin.
Wanted their universe. It's made in that movie. Like they have establishing the Sinister Six and the Green Goblin story, and it was a lot of things on top of the good Spider-Man story.
Well, that goes back to the earlier point that Nightwolf was making, and that I built on there about at least with Venom. Sony has learned the lesson from Amazing Spider-Man 2. They're not so concerned about cramming a bunch of, I'm glad that they didn't cram Carnage in, that they didn't have 12 different symbiotes. This was a Venom-focused movie, and it was a story-based movie. It was easy. It was self-contained, and it wasn't concerned with world building so much as just telling a good Venom story.
Well, they did have some other symbiotes from the comics, Shriek and Riot. But
the yellow one.
You're right. They didn't focus on that, the separation anxiety issues. And the other good thing is that I think it stands alone okay without the need of a Spider-Man in this universe. And I think that's a great accomplishment. I think that's something people are not mentioning quite enough. Like, the people were afraid that this, and I was one of them, that this wouldn't work without establishing Spider-Man, and it totally worked. I know the script needed a couple of more drafts, but even without them, it works without Spider-Man.
Right, and it worked just fine. Didn't need him.
Yeah, and this is a good example. And Nightwolf, you sort of rhetorically pose the question, where do you go after Thanos? Where do you go after Avengers Infinity War? And the answer to the question is you focus on character stories. If you focus on character driven stories, I mean, you don't need a world shattering, universal shattering event. Venom is you can have a really high producing $80 million opening weekend character driven movie that is successful, that you don't need to spend $300 million.
Yeah, the truth is that you can do that, but the question is, will Disney and Marvel do that?
Well, Disney has nothing to do with it.
Well, yeah, or Marvel Studios, will they do that? I don't know if they will, considering that they plan everything like, years in advance. Like, we're going to have this. We're going to have this character, this character, this character.
No, but you're missing a point, dude. This is Sony, not. This is Sony going the furthest away from Marvel Studios.
I know
or
that.
Are we talking about the MCU?
I was referring to the MCU.
Oh, okay, yeah, gotcha.
Where I would simply love if the MCU would focus just on character-driven stories, solo films, where they just focus on the characters and have fun. It's not interconnected to anything else. But I don't know if they're going to do that or not. I hope that that's the path that they eventually take after Infinity War, because there isn't a whole lot of other things you can do after that, because they burned any other potential like massive big type of story when they started killing villains off.
I have a couple of opinions. I do mostly agree with you.
Because I was thinking of the Masters of Evil type story, because I think that instead of doing Ultron first or Thanos, you should have done a Masters of Evil story instead, and then built up to Ultron and then built up to Infinity War. But the problem is that the Marvel Cinematic Universe constantly kills off most of its villains, so you can't use them later.
Well, there's this thing we don't talk about.
Yeah.
Which is the fight that Marvel had with Joss Whedon, and how that changed plans for everyone, how the Russo brothers got stuck with a character they didn't establish themselves, which is Thanos. Thanos was a Joss Whedon thing. And I really admire those guys, because you can throw anything at them and they will do an excellent movie. I mean, there's not a single one. I mean, to me, one of my favorite movies of all time, any genre, is Captain America: The Winter Soldier.
Yeah, it's great.
Everything they've done so far is so good. I think they can pull off basically, and they can focus on whatever you throw at them. But at the same time, you're right. And I think the thing is, going back to the comic book thing, we are used to these crossovers, and how these crossovers take away from the single characters, and how these crossovers get tired.
Yeah,
people are, I guess, are starting to experience that. People are, I mean, not precisely with Infinity War, because everybody, has an investment in the MCU, but I think other types of cinematic universe are going to find it hard just because they are not the MCU, not because they are poorly made or whatever.
Yeah.
But
they don't have the same backing.
That joke has been told before, and it's in the movie-going community, it's seen like this is an MCU thing, even though Universal was doing that, in the 40s with their monsters and stuff.
Yeah. Well, I was also thinking, I was thinking about this probably several weeks back and whatnot. I never got a chance to really discuss it, but I can discuss it now since we're talking the MCU and whatnot. The biggest problem I see with the MCU moving forward is the whole situation with actors and contracts. It's the bottom is going to fall out with these things eventually. You can't keep producing these movies at the same level. It's the same situation like what AAA video games have, the same problem. It's like you're spending billions upon billions of dollars to produce like a high tier, like top A product. But the problem is that you sacrifice so many other things just to make that happen. You're sacrificing gameplay mechanics, innovating the gameplay itself. You're sacrificing other elements of this type of, well, in the case of the MCU, you're sacrificing elements of storytelling, of character growth. You're sacrificing that because we need to move on to the next big, flashy, exciting thing over there. But you can't keep paying Robert Downey Jr. billions of dollars or anybody else. It's like, we know the characters are either going to die or they're going to be put out to pasture after the second half of Infinity War, because you can't keep paying them that much. It's just not fiscally responsible for the studio to do that.
I don't share your pessimism, and maybe I'm reading you being too pessimistic, but I think
maybe I'm being a bit pessimistic.
Well, I mean, look, could you be right? Yes, you could be right, and if you're right, I'll ship you some beer. Corona. I hope you like Corona.
I don't drink beer, but I will give it to my brother, and he will enjoy it for me.
Well, okay, maybe I should order you some Corona right now. But I choose to be more optimistic. The fact is here. Look, I mean,
yeah.
If you have passionate directors and passionate actors, I mean, look at the phenomenal indie scene in Hollywood. You can have some fantastic. Look at Logan.
Oh.
I mean, we can have fantastic superhero movies that are more character driven as opposed to special effects driven. You don't have to spend $100 million on special effects. And I mean, we have enough examples already. I already know. Right. I would submit that we have plenty of evidence that we don't need the next Infinity War like build up to necessarily be $300 million of a movie to make.
Yeah.
I just choose to be more optimistic than that, and I think Venom is an excellent example of, you take a passionate actor like Tom Hardy, who just decided he was going to make this work. And Sony, people forget that Sony had no faith in Venom. They had no faith in this movie. They had zero faith, and that was obvious by the way that the way they talked about it, promoted it on the higher ups, everything. They had no faith because they had the wind kicked out of them. Bear in mind, they actually gave up. They never gave up, but they contracted with Marvel to take Spider-Man, despite the fact that their lowest grossing movie was Spider-Man, made $700 million plus. They needed an ego boost. Sony needed to realize that they're not as incompetent as they think, and they're not.
Yeah,
and
the problem is that Sony in general has massive problems on almost every single front. They're exceedingly arrogant. They have a massive problem with customer service or actually providing decent products sometime. Believe you me, I own a PS4. I know this very well.
No, there's not only that. There's two things. I think
their studio has too many problems.
We have to take this into consideration. This movie hasn't been a success already. It's like Batman versus Superman, or even Spider-Man Homecoming. Spider-Man Homecoming had a 73% drop-off from the first week to the next one, and it really put Sony against the ropes. Sony has very bad producers. And they have Tom Rothman. Tom Rothman is the guy that's the guy who's in charge of the Sony Pictures, and the guy is the guy who was responsible for X-Men Origins Wolverine, and shutting up Deadpool and not wanting to make the Deadpool film and all that. I don't think this guy is gonna put a lot of faith in these types of movies, especially after he meddled in the Ghostbusters one, and that was a complete disaster.
Oh yeah.
Yes,
yeah. We have to also take into consideration how Hollywood works, because I totally support what you just said, Comic Boom, but that's not what they do. I'm actually certain that they don't watch these films. Like, when they go to the the premiere, red carpet and stuff, they stay in the bar. I'm pretty sure.
Probably. I mean, why would you want to? Yeah, they probably drink Corona. Lots and lots of Corona. Or probably something a bit more high end and expensive, maybe.
I hope word to mouth is good enough to, carry this movie and make people go watch it like it did with Deadpool, because
it can. We've seen that it can work that way.
And it has a lot of flaws, but I genuinely enjoyed watching the film. And the other thing is that, for example, if we compare it to films like Ant-Man is not a good film at all. it has more plot holes and a more unfocused story than Venom, and it has made money.
I can see that.
I do think
I
there's a
do
little
like
bit of
I liked the first Ant-Man movie, but I can definitely see it's not good. It's kind of, it was also very paint by the numbers Marvel studio tomfoolery. I'm like, wow, this is like this every other movie I've seen before. It's like, I know this formula works for you guys, but it's okay to deviate a bit. It's okay, to try something a bit different every once in a while. I mean, the idea to make a superhero heist film, I like that idea, but unfortunately, it's like you made it a generic Marvel movie. Great. Thanks
yeah,
a
but
lot.
if you're gonna make an Ant-Man movie, you go fucking classic Ant-Man.
Oh yeah.
You go.
I like that they use Scott Lang because I prefer him as Ant-Man over Hank, but at the same time,
I would have gone Hank in a much darker tone, but anyway,
hmm,
the thing is,
I like both of them, but
comparing films, they are not that different. I mean, they are goofy. They have like this quirky main character that looks, weird.
yeah,
I think they are in the same position. I think a lot of the piling up, even though technically I have to be objective, it's not a good movie. Neither is Ant-Man, and I think a lot of the piling up is because this is not a Marvel film. They are seeing it as
yeah,
Sony's reject child, and we are Marvel defenders because we're fanboys, just like in the comics.
yeah, yeah. You see that a lot. I earlier today I watched Micah Curtis do a video discussing like why the critics are against this particular movie and whatnot. And I think I don't remember exactly what he said. Darn it. I may have to rewatch the video to remember. But he gave a very good explanation of the difference between like the fans who actually go to see the movies and the critics themselves. They're looking. I think I vaguely remember him saying it's like they're looking for something that it. I think we mentioned it earlier. It's more fast paced. It's quicker. It's wittier.
No, no,
It's more
I think it's the other way around. I think they don't understand the language of comic books and how agile it
right,
can be.
right.
The other thing is that I mean it's my field of expertise. Yeah, most of the critics, if they are good, they're gonna go like, "Oh, this is not like Casablanca, so I don't like it." Because
Yeah.
I think you need a specific
high
type of
standards.
critic for a specific type of medium. Because if you put me to review sports movies and stuff, I'm gonna be bored as hell. I don't like sports.
Yeah.
I don't get them.
Yeah.
And I
Right.
think that it's the same deal with all these high-profile
Right.
critics. Like, oh, this is not like something from Ingmar Bergman, so I don't like it.
Right.
I think there's a little bit of this and a little bit of that.
They all have their own personal biases, I guess you could say, basically.
Yeah, of course.
I was listening. I read Peter Travers he's the movie reviewer for the Rolling Stone, and I read his review of Venom, and I swear to God, I actually commented on the website because I was appalled by it, and I realized reviews are subjective, obviously. But he was just in another stratosphere of his review. Like, honest to God, like I gotta wonder what this guy was expecting. It's an anti-hero movie called Venom, and he goes in like I don't know what he was expecting, but it was not that bad a movie. He criticized everything from Tom Hardy's acting. Tom Hardy's acting was excellent. Tom Hardy did both voices. It was believable.
Yeah.
It was good. His rapport with Michelle Williams, I thought was fairly spot on. I thought it worked. There was comedic moments. I'm sure even in the theater he had to have seen it in. I'm sure people openly laughed. I don't know how he could not have enjoyed the movie. At least he couldn't even say that it was a good popcorn action flick. I mean, it was sometimes I wonder from what perspective these these critics come from. I was frankly, I was stunned, especially when I compare it when he gave a moderate rating to Ant-Man because I was curious what he gave other superhero and I'm thinking to myself, if you loved Ant-Man and you can't find something at least comparatively competent with Venom. I don't understand. I just don't understand the disconnect.
Yeah, exactly. I think Ant-Man and Venom are the same exact ballpark.
Yeah. You could also maybe, I don't know, did he also review, I don't know, like any other movies that were out at the same time that Venom is, like A Star is Born or...
He loves A Star is Born. I mean,
of course he does.
Right? Everyone online is saying, avoid Venom like the plague. Go see a good movie like A Star is Born. It's like
go watch Oscar bait.
Yeah, I mean, look, don't get me wrong. I will go see A Star is Born. I mean, I like Lady Gaga. I'm a Bradley Cooper fan. His best role was as a raccoon in some movie. I forget the name of though, but
Well, I have to differ on that. I think Silver Linings Playbook is a great film.
Yeah, it is.
Soul of the Dragon saying.
Yeah, there was this thing actually. Now that you mentioned, and I saw it on Philip DeFranco. It was like Lady Gaga fans were shitting on the Venom movie, and comic book fans were shitting on the Lady Gaga, and that's fucking stupid.
Well, it is. They're both good movies. I mean, they're different.
Yeah, and they don't appeal. Like, for example, I don't care about Lady Gaga other than she appearing in Machete Kills.
And I don't care because I'm not a real fan of her music, so I'm not going to go see A Star is Born.
I might watch it because of, that
I'll
direction.
watch it when it's on TV, maybe.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, Bradley Cooper is a great actor. I do like the guy a lot. Even in, Wedding Crashers, he was good.
Yeah. You mean Hangover? You mean Hangover, not Wedding Crashers.
No, he was in Wedding Crashers. He was like yeah, he was the guy that was gonna marry the Owen Wilson's girl.
Oh, that's right.
So he was in both of those movies.
Yeah, he was in both.
Right on. Cool. That's right.
Yes, all of the people who like Venom are Russian bots now.
Yeah, exactly.
We're calling it now. We're making a prediction. They're all Russian bots.
They're the same people who hated The Last Jedi.
Exactly. Just so that everybody knows, for future reference, every single one of us here are Russian bots. Even though it's clear we're not, but yes, we are Russian bots.
The other thing about Venom, and this is a real complaint, I did think it looked cheap in the movie looked cheaply made. And I don't think that's justified.
I'm not one to look at quality when it comes to the quality of effects and whatnot and practical effects that very much, because it's like you're talking to the guy who watches people beat up rubber suited monsters on a regular basis. So
yeah,
not really like I have a high standard.
Yeah.
As long as the creature looks cool, I don't care.
One of the criticisms of and I'm just building on what you said, Spike, about it didn't look good. That the movie could have maybe looked a little better. I think one of the things that I noticed that I thought could have been a little better was, and I'll use an example. One of the critics said, and I can kind of see the criticism. They said Tom Hardy's character always looked like he was sweaty and bloaty, and he looked like a young Harvey Weinstein.
I can agree with that.
I can actually see that, because one of the things that stood out about the movie a little bit to me at the beginning is that he was supposed to be sort of an award-winning sort of like reporter, and yet he looked like he lived in sort of like a shithole. He dressed terribly.
But he was supposed to be this guerrilla journalist, like, for example, Tim Pool or Luke Radowski at YouTube, or Julian Assange. Not the actual CNN anchor, but the guys on YouTube that are doing like the real hardcore journalism. I think that was the
they
motive.
do the hard legwork.
Right, but
it's like a guy who would go to like combat situations. Type of guy.
Yeah, but one of the disconnects though is that he's supposed to be that way, and I just thought they did make him look a little bit too much like a slob, and then when he got fired, and then when he was fired from the Daily Globe by the editor in chief, who, by the way, whose character's name is an arch enemy of J. Jonah Jameson, as an Easter egg. I can't remember his name though, but I thought that was a little bit of I don't know. It could have been played a little bit better had they maybe gave him a better wardrobe, dressed him up a little bit, and then because when he loses everything, he loses his girlfriend, he loses his job, but he looked just as dilapidated after he lost his girlfriend and his job as at the beginning of the movie.
Yeah, in that sense, you're right. Yeah. In that sense, you're right. They should have had a little bit of difference from visual cues there.
Kind of like a slight progression of he looks a little bit more neat and tidy here, and then now that he has nothing, he looks like a slob and a hobo.
Yeah, maybe go from well-groomed biker to Hell's Angel.
Yeah, basically like that. Yeah.
Exactly. That's exactly
that would have probably helped a bit, but considering the type of journalist he is, I could see the reason why they probably chose that. But the part with him like being kind of sweaty and looking like he's miserable part of the time, aside from the fact that you're doing this whole thing where the symbiote is like messing with his physiology for part of the movie. Could be because they were filming in San Francisco. Maybe they were filming when it was really hot. I don't know.
No, not only that. When we're talking about the symbiosis, it's perfectly on point to be. I mean, imagine having a kidney transplant. How that process is. You get the sweats. You feel like shit. You vomit. You whatever. Now having a thing that is you at the same time. I'm guessing it's basically on point.
Yeah, I think that, especially we don't really see that very much with the symbiote in the comic books, especially not with like early stuff. The symbiote doesn't really, treat the host so volatilely, like it's trying to get out, like it's aggressively, trying to push its way out, like a alien.
No, but it's not what happened. It's more like it's taking over, and it did happen with Spider-Man. It's the same thing with when he was taking over the organs of Eddie Brock and the
that's
boyfriend
what they went through. That's what they kind of went with, was the symbiote is literally eating you from the inside, and it needs sustenance in order to keep going. Which is a little different from what the original thing that Venom or the symbiote was doing with Peter. It does consume you, but it doesn't like consume you in that particular sense. Like it's more like it consumes you emotionally. It feeds off of emotions and your life force, and then
it takes over your psyche more than anything else.
And I think that's I think. As much as we just finished criticizing Eddie Brock's sort of like the fact that maybe he looked a little bit like a low life at the beginning, and maybe he should have dressed better, et cetera, and this transition maybe wasn't convincing. But one of the things that reinforced his transition from, like, you could understand when Venom possesses him and sort of like that symbiotic relationship is formed. Venom reads his mind, and I think it really plays into the fact that Eddie Brock, I think, does have a low self-worth and a low self-esteem, because even when he was successful, he dressed like a bum, kind of looked like a grub, and that's why Venom said to him, you're kind of a loser, just like me, It reinforced that so that it was believable at the end of the movie when Venom could relate to Eddie Brock, because Venom is also a loser on his planet. It made it more believable.
Yeah. Well, the thing with Venom, like in a lot of the other stories and whatnot, or Eddie Brock in particular, he is kind of a lowlife and an asshole.
I don't think that's entirely true. I think
this lowlife might be a bit extreme, but he does have, because of some of the other stories I read and whatnot, he has this penchant for getting himself into trouble.
Yeah, that's exactly
being a bit of a pathological liar at times.
He is his own worst enemy. That's the thing.
Yeah,
and it's I think that goes to the core of what David Niccolini wanted to do, because he has there's an enemy living within. So the character has to be this type of very tragic story of a person who fears success and always finds the way to fuck things up and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, he did it in the movie by, taking away from his girlfriend's computer when he shouldn't have been looking at that, and and that reminded me a lot of Eddie, because that's what Eddie Brock would do.
Yeah.
Because even though he has good intentions, his intention is to get to the truth and whatnot because he's a journalist, but at the same time, he's damaging his relationship, damaging himself to get to that point. It was the one downside to like what they did with like Topher Grace in Spider-Man 3 when they tried to make him Eddie Brock in Venom. It's like he was just a douchebag from the beginning. It's like it's not like he was.
Yeah, and he wasn't even believable in that role.
Well, no, and he was like the weakest part of that entire movie. And it's the whole thing of like because my first introduction to Venom was like the 90s cartoon show, and even in that, it's like Eddie's trying to do journalism, or he's trying to do his job and whatnot, but he's getting
he gets shelled.
Yeah, he's screwing up either on his own, or he's getting in the way of Spider-Man in some form or capacity, and Spider-Man wants nothing of it, and he's kind of being a bit trying to get to the truth, but when he can't get to the truth, he has to make it up to get what he wants, and it's self-destructive, and that's kind of what Eddie is. He's self-destructive.
Yeah, he tries to take the shortcut, even though he could actually do it if he put in the effort, and it just turns out badly for him. It's like that old saying, the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Yep.
And one of the criticisms of the movie is that the first act dragged on too long, and building on your character of Eddie Brock. One of the things that I thought they did really well was, in particular, the first act may have dragged on just a little bit too long, but they included scenes like, for example, Eddie Brock befriending that homeless woman outside the store.
Yeah.
And that was a necessary scene, because you saw that Eddie wasn't a complete asshole. And then later on, when he's in the lab, that's how he gets infected with Venom, because he recognizes the homeless girl as someone he tried to help and gave the $20 to. And so I thought that they tied in, even though the first act was a little long. I thought it was almost necessary.
I feel it was necessary too. Actually, I felt.
I don't think the problem was the story. It was more of an editing and pacing issue. I think how they cut it. That's the thing. It's. Well, I think the pacing problems in the beginning are more technical, because in the beginning they do take their time with their long scenes and takes, and after he gets a symbiote, it's so quick. It feels like two different movies. And that's a problem. That's a problem even with Thor. The first Thor movie feels like you're watching like the Asgard film and the sitcom in Earth. So you need to have some kind of...
At least it didn't cause me whiplash. Because I've seen it's like where the movie will change tone or shift direction and it gives me whiplash. I'm like, what the heck just happened? I didn't feel any whiplash this time, thankfully.
Yeah, you're right about that. It doesn't feel like the whiplash. It just feels like, okay, you set the tone here, and then the tone goes away here. I think it takes away. It's like...
if you watch the movie probably a couple more times, you could definitely see this problem a bit more frequently.
Yeah.
Where it feels like the pace is off. But when I saw it, it didn't feel like it dragged for any longer than it had to. I'm curious.
I do think it's a very long movie. I think it could use some cutting. Maybe if you could have taken out from the beginning and you left those things that they cut out about Eddie's relation that Tom Hardy was talking about. I think that could have been a good trade-off.
Yeah. There could have been some things that were cut out or, tweaked a bit so not to be as long. But we do know that there was about 40 minutes cut from this film. So
yeah, that's a lot.
That's a lot of time.
Expect your director's cut or whatever.
I do want the director's cut back because I want to see if the movie would have been more, darker or at least more aggressive and violent, closer to a rated R film.
In an interview with Vizamod, and Tom Hardy did an interview. Vizamod played the villain, Carlton Drake. In an interview, they'd asked him about the 40 minutes, and Tom Hardy and Vizamod actually teased and sort of took pot shots at Tom Hardy, and basically he said outright that a lot of those 30 to 40 minutes was just like ad libs, and it was Tom Hardy trying to get, sort of ad-libbing a little bit and trying to get into there.
Oh, okay.
And so,
okay,
now,
but that's the thing. It actually worked in the film. It's what people are liking from the film. So maybe if you got more of that.
If I get more Tom Hardy ad-libbing the hell out of this movie, I'll take it.
Well, one of the things he ad-libbed, he said in an interview, one of the things he ad-libbed was that he ad-libbed a line from a famous song. I forget the name. He just started singing. He goes, at one point in the movie, when Venom possesses him, he starts singing, "Hello, darkness, my old friend." And anyways,
I would love to see that.
The sound of silence, yeah.
yeah, there it is. Yeah. So I don't know.
Give it to me.
That might be in the DVD. We'll have to wait and see.
The other thing,
like
though,
I said,
I do think it's a real problem for this type of movie. It should have been rated R, and it should have been planned to be rated R. It shouldn't be a question.
It wasn't even a question. We're talking about a Venom solo film, and we know Venom is more violent and aggressive, and is normally one who rips limbs off people and talks about eating people, which he does in this movie already. So it's all like,
I'm gonna disagree with you on that. I'm gonna disagree with you guys on that. I don't think this needed to be rated R. I thought with the nature of the special effects and the Venom and the liquidy special effects, they could avoid a lot of the blood and guts. And also, I think, guys, that there was a high body count in this movie. I mean, if he didn't kill those, I mean, that SWAT team, I mean, even though I don't know if they
killed any of them,
showed dead bodies, but I mean, he picked up that one SWAT guy and he was like flopping him around like the Hulk with Loki. I mean, that was insane. I mean, he had to have been killed.
No, but it's not only violence; it's how, his demeanor, how he speaks. I do think a guy like Eddie Brock would curse like me, stuff like that.
Yeah.
I think that.
Point. I'll grant you. I'll give you that. That's true.
They were straddling a very fine line with this movie for it being PG-13, because it's like there was a fairly decent amount of curse words in it. Even the F-bomb was dropped once. And there aren't very many movies.
You get 3, I think. When it's PG-13, you get like 3 insults or something.
Yeah, you can get away with it. I mean, I've seen that happen in like the Fast and Furious movies. A couple of them, like they would drop the F-bomb at least once, and they got away with it. But for this, it kind of feels like it may have been heavily leaning towards that, but maybe because they edited it, or because the studio demanded that it be, PG-13, trying to hit that middle mark of like, hey, we want as many people to see this as physically possible.
It would be interesting to see. Do you think it would have made a lot less money had it been an R-rated movie? I don't know.
Actually, I think it could potentially have made more money because people were expecting it to be rated R to begin with, and Deadpool did exceedingly well and proved that you can make a rated R superhero or anti-hero movie. You can totally make it work. But
I gotta ask, how many kids did you guys see in your
none
in your shows?
Of course, mine was incredibly empty to begin with, but there weren't any kids. Not a single kid. They were all like teenagers to in their early 20s. Not a single kid in sight. Of course, granted, mine wasn't the first showing either.
I mean, there were teenagers where I went, but they were probably over 14. So but there.
The problem with me is that I went to a midnight screening, so there were no kids there, so I couldn't tell if this kind of movie was appealing to the kids. Because
it would be a good question to ask everybody who did see the movie. Like maybe
I don't know how much millennials know about Venom. Like even taking into consideration recent iterations of Venom hasn't been Eddie Brock for a long time. I mean, until recently. I mean, I think more people
only recent that he's come back. Yeah.
More people are used to Flash Thompson now, or even Mac Gargan as Venom, the Scorpion Venom.
Yeah.
Because that was around the Civil War era, but classic Venom like Generation X or older.
Yeah. The one thing I would say is like I would like to ask like some of the people who did go and see it, maybe they had fuller theaters. I live in a relatively it's a very middle of the road kind of smaller town or city. So and I'm pretty sure everybody who probably was going to go see the movie already saw it like at the midnight showing if it had one, I don't know. And then probably the other two earlier showings on Friday. So, and we were at me and my brother were at the very last one. We had like maybe a total of like maybe about 10 people in the theater. And that's a theater house that can house at least, I don't know, probably close to 100 people in the seats, maybe.
Yeah, that's the thing about the
so it was pretty. So it was pretty barren when we went. So
I just want to add one thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you were to make this an R-rated movie, one of the scenes that I thought hinted at a lot of sexual innuendo is the Venom scene where Michelle Williams' character Anne is she obviously becomes Venom, and then when she kisses Tom Harding and Venom, goes between the two of them. I mean, that is literally basically implying a threesome because Venom said more than once, I like her, I mean, so basically, I mean, you can imagine like, we like her, we love her. I mean, that was actually quite good. And the potential to make that a little bit more risque and maybe an R-rated scene, that was definitely something.
It was there. It could have been there.
It's a great nod to the, what was it called? Sinner Takes All storyline.
Yeah. The one thing is though, like with scenes like that where the symbiote is talking about the fact that it likes her, let's keep in mind that the symbiote does feed off of the emotions and feelings of its host, so it's probably just feeding off of Eddie. I don't know how much of the symbiote actually likes her or not, but apparently it likes her enough.
No, but not only that. I mean, I think he was feeding out of both. And I think that's hinted out at the very end because the symbiote does know that she still likes Eddie. That's why you got that last scene when they are talking, at the porch.
Yeah. So I guess it's like this isn't the Venom that I'm as always familiar with because I'm more familiar with the symbiotes from like the early 90s and whatnot. The symbiotes have like developed and changed as their own entities and characters now a little bit more so just being an extension was doing.
Guys,
feeding off the host's negative.
I got a question for you guys.
Go ahead.
I identified, correct me if I'm wrong, and I might be wrong, because I only identified 4 canisters, and there was, in the canisters were Venom, Riot, Carnage, and who's the other one? Was it
Shriek.
Scream or Shriek or what?
Shriek.
It was Shriek? Okay.
Yeah, actually, the homeless person is the actual alter ego of Shriek. Okay. I don't remember her name, but...
Okay, I got that wrong then. I thought it was Scream, but okay. All right, that helps.
It's also, the symbiote.
What did you guys think? Cool. What did you think of the mid-credit scene with Woody Harrelson? I
wig.
Disappointed, but
you were disappointed because it was predictable.
I was disappointed because not only was it predictable, but I really think Woody Harrelson was bad for that role. He was a poor choice, and he looked like Sideshow Bob. He looked like with the red hair. He just looked really like
it was weird.
But I do think that Cletus Cassidy looks like that. I mean, I think he was spot on for the role. Actually, I do see him like in the comic, like taking him from the comics to the screen. I think it was a choice, even like at the level of Robert Downey Jr. and Iron Man. I mean, if you remember, the guy has done Natural Born Killers, and he already has a history with Zombieland. With that director.
He was a combination between Zombieland and Natural Born Killers. I'll grant you that. And Spike, you're 100% right. I online there's pictures of the first appearance of Cletus Cassidy, the serial killer, and he does actually look with the crazy red hair and so Woody Harrelson. You're absolutely right.
It was.
Still, I don't know.
It stands out more on film, but like when I watched this animated Spider-Man film, or not the animated TV series back in the day, and they introduced Cletus, he's over the top. The hair is like really bright red and whatnot, and even in the comics, it's very bright red. He stands out in a crowd. Obviously, it's like taking the Joker, but giving him red hair and not giving him makeup. That's basically what Carnage is he's Joker.
There's like two types of serial killers. I think that's what people might be bothered, because there's the Ted Bundys, the intelligent, cold-hearted, calculating fucking serial killers, and there's the weirdo ones. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the guys that you just look at them and that guy's a fucking serial killer. You just get away from him.
Yeah, it's like you just look. It's just one look. It's like, okay, I'm uncomfortable. Let's move away, nice and slowly, before he stabs me. But
yeah, it's
I just don't think that. I think the problem is that it doesn't translate well when you're trying to put it in a film format. The hair is just a bit too standoutish. You could tell it's not real. It's like, hopefully you guys in the makeup department for the second movie, you can remedy this situation a bit. Tone it down just a tad bit. It doesn't need to be that bright red.
Well, guys, let me ask you another question. The final fight scene between Riot and Venom.
It's too dark.
I actually thought that sometimes I got a little bit. I thought, were you able to distinguish between Riot and Venom? I thought maybe
no.
I thought maybe it would benefit if the Riot would have been a slightly different color. He was kind of a dull gray, but he matched Venom so well. I sometimes found it a little confusing. Did you guys find the same thing or not?
Yeah,
it's the Michael Bay type of final or fight scene that they did when you have to contend with two CGI creatures. It's like especially when you don't use color to differentiate them enough, it becomes just an amalgamation of things mashing together and fighting. Although when the fight first starts out, it doesn't look as bad. The only problem is that it's too dark and it's hard to follow what's going on because of the lighting.
I do think that was a production budget problem.
Yeah, and it probably was. I'm not going to fault the movie for it because there is some good combat in the early starts of the fight. But then once it gets to the more climactic final parts, when they're like melting together and they're like becoming a mishmash of goo and two human dudes, and when I'm like, okay, now you've lost me. I don't know what the hell's happening at this point. This is like Michael Bay levels of Transformers, where it's just an amalgamation of junk heap mashing towards one another and really not.
Yeah, I think they should have fleshed out Riot differently, and maybe
because you could see he was gray with like kind of cracks and tinges of slight red. What they should have done is they should have highlighted like maybe red highlights in him.
I think they didn't want to go red because of Carnage.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Well, no, I'm not saying no. I'm saying his primary color should have stayed gray, but you could see like the way that he was formed and whatnot. You could see like kind of like veins of red or like a light orange in his outfit or in the symbiote. What you should have done is you should have highlighted that color a bit more, made it pop a bit more, have a bit more of it there, because then at least it helps him to stand out a bit more so you can see him better. Because when he's on screen and you're looking at him, he just looks like a gray version of Venom.
Yeah, and it also depends in the screen you watched it, because for example,
on a higher def screen,
some 3D technology makes the colors go down. So the fucking fight scene would have been impossible to watch. I mean, I watched one of the times I watched the Avengers was with that type of 3D. Even the Avengers was unwatchable, and it's a very bright fucking movie.
Yeah, it's a problem. The one thing I always think of when I'm looking at like either costume design or in some cases, considering that I like giant robots, I'm looking at like mech design and whatnot. And the most important thing that you have to have is you have to have color separation. If everything is just like one flat color, it doesn't really work very well. There's nothing to complement it. And that's the problem with Riot, is that there isn't any form of color separation with him. Of course, Venom has the same problem. It's black with like sheens of like, I guess, gray or other assorted mild colors.
The problem here is he didn't have that distinctive, spider. And,
and if he had if the symbiote had the like spider logo on it, it would definitely help him stand out more. Of course, we probably can't do that
in the movie.
Definitely wouldn't make sense unless, I don't know, maybe in the sequel he'll have a symbol, and maybe he'll just pass by a t-shirt shop or something and he'll see a giant spider logo or something, and he'll be like,
that's the thing, because the symbiote doesn't have a thing that is not a spider. That's where you could have made a number of symbols. Oh, there's the skull one. They should have used the skull one. There's one. Do you guys remember the skull one?
I do not. No.
Let me pull it off the internet.
I the only one I can think of that any spider-related character that has a skull is Spider-Man 2099. It's the only one I can think of. I don't remember a Venom with a thing of that nature, but it probably is one. But yeah, they need to help differentiate the color palette. Otherwise, it just looks like the same color.
Oh, I think you're right. I think I'm confusing it with the 2099.
Because he's the only one I can think of with a skull on his uniform.
I don't know why I was thinking. Yeah, no, not the Punisher.
But you were thinking of a spider-related character with a skull on the chest. Venom could have used that at one point. Wait. It could have been an alternate universe Venom that did that. Wait. Wasn't there a Venom in 2099 as well?
I don't actually remember. Let me check out. I was thinking it could have been Mike Gargan, but no, he has a more standard.
He has a typical Venom suit. For the most part. The only time when it was different was when they incorporated the Scorpion suit into the Venom suit. And it was a combination of the two.
Yeah, it's Crown Stone, but he has a spider as well.
One of the things that I found interesting in the movie is that Riot lands in Malaysia. So he's actually in Malaysia, and it takes him in the timeline of the movie, it takes him 6 months to get from Malaysia to San Francisco. And I'm assuming that Riot
jumping from host to host
connection to Venom, or he must know where the other symbiotes are because he's sort of like the leader or something. Because I don't know why Riot decided to just somehow know to he starts off in Malaysia and then he ends up somehow in San Francisco, and I don't really understand how he got there. But
it took him a long time to get there. That's the part that
I think there's a plot hole there because we only see two hosts and one air flight with the little girl.
Three hosts in total that he switched. Well, four, including his final one.
In the movie's time, it's like over maybe a week.
Yeah. Well, they say that several months pass in between.
Yeah, but I think when they say that, they are referring between, Michelle Williams leaving him and him becoming a slub. But I don't think they took into consideration that time has to also translate with the subplot.
Yeah, it has to translate with Riot going place to place. Unless he was spending his time, investigating humans, which we don't get to see him do very much. You could make the excuse of him, considering that they are kind of a scouting party, and Riot is just the leader of the scouting party, he could potentially have just been observing for a long period of time, trying to figure out how to get from place to place, but it's very flimsy reasoning because it never says that he's, spending time learning.
Yeah, and he doesn't have the host usually dies.
Yeah. So
and
he
he
has to
only
move
had
from
like
one
3
to the other.
hosts.
Yeah.
And may I just say that I love the fact that Venom, from the perspective of his home planet, Venom really is a villain in the perspective of his entire planet, because he literally betrays his entire world because he selfishly decides to keep Earth all to himself and stay on Earth and kill Riot and while he's in the rocket ship. And selfishly, all the symbiotes are gone. The only symbiote that is aware now of planet Earth is Venom, and he has it all to himself. So Venom really is an asshole by the end of this movie, and that's what kind of makes it all the more good in my mind.
The one thing that's interesting though is that Shriek is still there. The yellow symbiote is still in a container.
Oh, it died, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
No.
Yeah, Shriek infected the other girl.
Wait, yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, you're right. It did die.
How did Shriek die though? How did Shriek die? They never showed
the symbiote starved to death.
Oh.
I forgot. I forgot that was part of the movie where they were experimenting and they were realizing that the symbiotes are eating the hosts. And they can't sustain the symbiotes themselves can't sustain life on Earth without a proper host. And since Shriek never found its proper host, it was dying because of that. So
that makes
probably
sense.
because they put Venom in the wrong person. You should have put Shriek in the girl that Eddie tried to save. But no, we won't be seeing a Shriek make an appearance in this movie. Or maybe we will. Maybe there'll be another one of a similar color that will be called Shriek. You never know. If they decide to make more sequels, we could definitely do like a Planet Venom story. That one might be fun. I
don't know if you want to go space with Venom. I think
I'm thinking of the 90s one more than current one.
Oh,
I was thinking the 90s Planet of the Symbiotes story. Though granted, Spider-Man and Scarlet Spider were involved in that, but at the same time, we could maybe potentially work with something like that, especially after a Carnage movie and you want to do another one. Especially if they do a second one and the second one, works really well. Definitely something to consider.
Do you think that they'll go forward at any point with the Black Cat film and stuff?
If Sony was desperate enough, which they kind of are financially, they are in financial straits.
Yeah.
Right now, currently. So they may still try and pull off a Silver Sable or a Black Cat movie. I think that you should just X out Black Cat entirely. Don't use her. I could see a Silver Sable movie potentially working. Because she's such a small character in the grand scheme of things. You could probably get away with making a movie with her.
I do see potential in Black Cat.
I could see some potential, but without Spider-Man to work off of, I don't know how well it would work.
But you could have her work of Venom now.
Potentially. You could do that.
Like I don't know if would get investigating, these robberies and stuff, and he goes after her and, Black Cat.
Yeah.
I think that's an excellent idea. If there's one thing that Sony has got to learn from this Venom experience with Tom Hardy and everything else, is that look, they have a gold mine here with the licensed property that they've owned and they control from Marvel. I can't emphasize enough. They own these characters. Marvel doesn't. Sony does.
Yeah.
They can do what they want, and people keep forgetting that. And I think Sony. I mean, I don't know how many problems Sony has. Sony controls they control the characters. They make the decisions, and this is it's a license to print money. And even a bad movie is still going to be a movie that likely makes them money. And
if you slap Venom or Spider-Man on a title card, it's going to make you money no matter what you
Black
do.
Cat, like I think they would be foolish not to try. They should wait to see how Captain Marvel does. Study what worked with Wonder Woman. Study what works and doesn't work with Captain Marvel when it comes out, and then go from there.
Yeah, I could definitely see that working out for them.
I think they should approach her as their Black Widow, but actually showing Black Widow's dark past.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
that
think
could work.
that could work. And well, the other thing about the Sony thing is that the problem here is that most fans hate that Marvel doesn't have the rights. I think that's a
And they can
polarizing
get
fact.
over it. Then they can get over it because this is reality. And until Sony gives up those rights, they're
No,
going to hold on to them.
I completely understand that, but I mean, this is a factor about how these
Yeah.
movies are perceived, and the backlash when you announce that you're gonna make a Silver Sable movie, or Venom had backlash
Yeah.
because Spider-Man wasn't in it because they wanted to sever the ties with Marvel.
Yeah, that's what all the Marvel fanboys and sheep desperately want. They want Marvel to control everything. And Marvel is incredibly close to that. If Sony finds itself in more financial struggles than what it's currently in,
I don't think they can buy it. I don't think they can buy it because of the monopoly laws, because that would mean that with Sony they would actually have.
No, I'm not talking about Disney or Marvel buying Sony. I'm talking about the studio getting to a point where they have to sell the property off.
Oh,
not
yeah.
not Disney monopolizing Hollywood further. No. I'm talking about Sony deciding hey, it's just not working for us here. You can have it back.
No, you're right.
Unless something like that happens, which Sony's going to hold on to it as long as they possibly can. And to the point that Sony still owns Spider-Man and whatnot. I would say it's they could even make their own Spider-Man movies if they desperately wanted to. There's nothing. I don't think
there's two things. They wouldn't let it go because of the video games, because those video games make actual money.
Definitely more than a movie does.
Exactly right.
The other thing is that Into the Spider-Verse, I think, is going to be a great hit.
Oh yeah.
I don't think it's my type of film, but I can see it's going to be a smash hit.
It will be a smash hit.
It'll definitely be a hit with families and kids and whatnot, and I want to go see it.
Well,
so
let me ask you guys. Let me ask you that question because Spike, I know I definitely feel for you. I know that you I think you deserve some recognition for your work on the Edge of Spider-Verse, and I'm sorry to hear that you're not getting the recognition that I think you deserve. But
no, it's okay. I mean, I don't think they use my Spider-Man, so it's okay.
Yeah, but nonetheless, though, you should probably get a call out in the credits. But I will say this: I was really impressed. I really, the one mistake they made, they should have had the Edge of Spider-Verse in the mid. That should have been the mid credits and Carnage the final credits, as opposed to the way they did it. That was the. But
I could see that working.
But I really enjoyed that. I thought they did a really nice job. The special effects. I thought I've never seen animation done quite like that as I did with the Edge of Spider-Verse clip on. So I'm really.
It looks gorgeous. The movie looks gorgeous. Even since the first trailer, it looked amazing.
Yeah. The one thing that I noticed, I think it was in the first trailer that they showed that I was a bit okay, what's going on here, was that some of the animation looked a bit stiff. There were some weird jump cuts or weird frame choices. It didn't the animation didn't look like it was smooth and seamless, but it's if that's just a creative choice, that's completely okay. Because it's okay, either this is not finished with, animating, or it's an artistic choice to have something that looks unique to itself. Yeah. And if it's done strictly for the sake of making it look more artistic, to make it look to stand out from other types of animation, totally fine with that. If that's the decision that they went with. And the other trailers and video footage I've seen, it doesn't look like it's as stiff or as missing parts.
What I find amazing about it, and I thought and that's the appropriate term, is I love the use of Spider-Gwen, Miles Morales, Peter Parker. It's bridging the diverse, it's bridging the divide between the different generations. It's perfect.
Yeah.
It's exactly what we need on the big screen, because especially now with the controversy of Comicsgate and everything else, it's really nice to see that because what we desperately need is we need a peaceful transition between the newer characters and the older characters that isn't so divisive as Comicsgate versus SJW, as that sort of culture war creates. We need a smooth transition into a new generation of heroes, and I think that's what Sony can do with the Edge of Spider-Verse, and I really, really think it's important. And as a comic book reader, speaking very selfishly, I love the fact that, I mean, Spider-Gwen is a very relatively new character, and I love the fact that she's already on the big screen. I think that's huge.
I do think, actually, I think this connects with, Comicsgate and whatever. These characters they are making at Marvel, the new characters, and Spider-Gwen and all these derivative characters, I think they should stay in the screen. I think their audience really is, in the big screen and stuff. I don't think they should be priority in comics as they should be in the screen,
or at least not
video
as much.
games or exactly. No, I mean, Spider-Gwen was created. I mean, the first comic with her in 2014 or 2015, something like that. It's not more than 4 years, but it has more #1 issues than a lot of classic characters.
Yeah. Well, Spike, let me just ask you this, Spike. I'm curious because isn't that I'm almost surprised to hear you say that in a way, because isn't that exactly, don't you want that? I mean, isn't that sort of like the point? Like, I thought Marvel wants their newer characters. Spider-Gwen is a success story. Miles Morales is their success story. They've managed to create characters, and within 10 years, get them on the big screen where the big money's being made. No,
I understand that. The thing is, for example, if we are talking like crudely about comic books alone, Miles Morales did have success, and did have an organic way to appear, in the comics. I wouldn't say the same with Gwen Stacy, the new one, or Gwenpool, or all those. All those seem to me. I don't know if you remember this Simpsons episode when they introduced this dog to Itchy and Scratchy. They feel like that to me, like Poochie the dog, or I don't remember what his name was, but he was just, he's cool because he's cool, and there was no substance to a character, and they just kill him off. I think that's happened. Those characters are gonna be faced off in comics at some point because they really don't sell well. They really don't do anything because most of the readers are 30 years old or older. But young people does go to the movies to watch these films, so I think they will success there. And getting them into the video games, there's also a lot of younger people in the in video games. I think their audience, the audience they want comic books to be, is not in comic books. It's in movies and it's in video games.
And well, the one thing I was thinking of when it comes, the problem with having, there was nothing inherently wrong with having Miles originally when they had him in the Ultimate Universe. And, he was in his own continuity, he was in his own story. It was fine. And, and he gained his popularity, and a lot of people really liked him. I never really got a chance to read those stories, but I can definitely see why the character resonated with a lot of people. But the problem is that when you have like 5 or 6 different titles that are titled either Spider-Man or some variation of Spider-Person in book, not everybody's going to go out and buy every single Spider-Man related book. There are some people.
I feel they are losing the plot with Spider-Man, because Spider-Man is not. I mean, they are treating the costume like it's just a costume. And Spider-Man, I feel it should be the personal story of Peter Parker. I I feel about Spider-Man is that it's not the guy in a suit. I mean, it's a guy in a suit, but it's Peter Parker, and that's it. There shouldn't be like a Spider family. I think even with the Clone Saga, that was poorly made, and that pissed people off even in the 90s. Spider-Man was the most popular character in the fucking 80s until in the 90s until the Clone Saga.
Yep,
I think
it's an unpopular
opinion should go back
mine,
to
but I do enjoy reading this.
At least in comics, maybe if your audience is actually in films and TV and video games, I completely understand what you're giving them. These characters in comics,
Yeah.
we want Peter Parker, and
Yeah.
everything points that we want Peter Parker. The numbers point that we want Peter Parker.
Yeah,
The complaints.
Spike, you make an excellent point, and I actually 100% agree with you. But the reality is that Peter Parker he's Spider-Man, right? He's the product. He's the product of his own success, and he's also a juggernaut. But he's the ultimate guy's guy, Peter Parker. Peter Parker. He's a good-looking guy, but he's underrated. He's got life problems. He's got relationship issues, and yet he's such an iconic character. And that's exactly why he's an iconic character, because of those problems. And so it's hard not to make him bigger than he is. Hence, Marvel literally created. Spider-Man. Peter Parker has his own literally crisis. It's almost like DC has their crisis on Infinite Earths. Peter Parker's got his own multiverse of spider characters. It's incredible when you think about it. And it's really, it's like you said, but it's like, how do you control that? He's so popular, but he's almost like the victim of his own success. And Marvel right now is caught in between of trying to take advantage of that Peter Parker essence, while at the same time, they got this juggernaut of this huge other universe. And let's face it, the money is in the box office. The money is with the Edge of Spider-Verse. It's not with, small Peter Parker. Even in the comic books, Parker Industries went bankrupt, right? So they they don't even want to make Peter Parker successful in continuity,
Well, that's been the problem with Spider-Man for a very long time, where they don't want to progress the character forward. I think...
But it's not only that. They don't want to listen.
There's that.
You want. I'm gonna tell you how you make a miniseries that sells even more than Batman White Knight. Make a miniseries correcting One More Day.
There you go.
Every single person on Earth who buys comics is gonna buy that one.
Yep, that's a guarantee. I'll buy it. That's why I bought Spider-Man Renew Your Vows. I was like, I thought this was going somewhere. I thought, I know this is in an alternate continuity, but we're doing this during Secret Wars, when Doctor Doom controls everything. Maybe something's going to happen at the end. Nope. Meet Secret Agent, billionaire playboy Spider-Man. I'm like, what the freaking hell is this shit?
Well, what makes One More Day such an epic story of that has divided the fan base is that, imagine you're the devil. What is it about Peter Parker that makes the devil, i.e. Mephisto, so concerned about him that Mephisto goes out of his way to try to make Peter Parker miserable? There must be something really significant about this guy named Peter Parker. And Spike, you hit the nail on the head, that if there was a miniseries that undid it, that we revisited One More Day, that finally, whatever that deal was, whatever Mephisto whispered in the ear of Mary Jane, or Mary Jane whispered to Mephisto, whatever it was there.
They already did that.
Well, they didn't do it well. And
obviously not. They didn't do it well. It was worse than One More Day. They tried to explain it.
That's
anyway.
all my point. That I'm just trying to say to reinforce Spike's point is that to me, it's that power of love. It's that bond between Peter Parker and Mary Jane, and really his whole world revolves around his faith and his friends and his family. That's the strength of Peter Parker, and that's the strength of the entire franchise. And maybe there's something that we might lose if we're going to expand and create a universe of Peter Parkers where even one of them is a fucking pig. My God. Maybe we're going too far.
Yeah. No. And the other thing about it is, going back to Mephisto and everything, you know how it was Joe Quesada's fault that One More Day happened, but it was Michael Straczynski's fault that they were changing the Spider-Man origin at that time, and they were making the spider avatar things, and I think that was a poor choice, and I think it basically goes out to what JMS could have tied in. He wanted to fuck up with Spider-Man because he was part of some other deity in that context. I think it's stupid. I think they should never have done it, but I think that's
there was good. There was good things that JMS did that I thought was natural progression for the character. That was good. But yeah, the whole thing of making him related to like magical entities or part of some sort of weird totem nonsense, though I think they kind of teased and hinted at this totem related stuff in the 90s, not with Peter directly, but they did do that in the late 90s, early 2000s. There was that story with, I don't remember which Spider-Woman she was.
April?
She was
Spider-Girl?
No, not Spider-Girl. It's the Spider-Woman. She's related to JJ. She's related to James. Yeah, it's like his niece or something. And then there was also, it was like there was like this weird cabal of several different people. Like Norman Osborn was in it. This girl was in it. And a few other people that I don't even remember. But it was like this weird little totem, weird thing where they all were trying to gain magic powers. It was really bizarre and weird. It was before JMS joined Spider-Man. But maybe that's where he probably started with the idea. It's like, oh, hey, this character got her powers through magic. It's like, maybe we could do the same with Peter. And I was like, no, that was a terrible idea. The good things that I think he did do was like Peter's relationship with Mary Jane was as solid as it had ever been when it comes to how it's written. For the most part, it was solid. You could definitely see the relationship working and blossoming really well, which is why it hurt even more when One More Day happened. And also the fact of taking Peter into where, he's still kind of the loser. He's still taking photos for the Daily Bugle and whatnot, part-time, but also being a part-time teacher. I thought that was like, he's a scientist. He likes to learn. He also likes to teach it and whatnot. I think that works really well for him. And also, I never really had an issue with like him maybe being a professor or for him to maybe own a small business. But the idea and concept of turning it from a small business into a literal empire was idiotic. He should have been more like a Hank Pym. He's where Hank is intelligent. He's got, a lot of good things going for him with his, with his science and his research, but he's not Tony Stark. He's not rich. He has a small, little tiny building somewhere in Manhattan.
You have a great point. The thing is, when that happened, it's after the Dr. Octopus who actually wrote that.
Yeah, right.
But the thing is, I think that's around where the editors really lost focus on Marvel. It was like when you read one thing and you finished reading like Thunderbolts or whatever, it was okay, and you read Inhuman or Spider-Man. They came out in the same book for some reason. I got it. It was like, what the hell am I reading? I mean, I bought this for Joe Madureira, but what's this?
Yeah, but the weird thing was that, the fact that the whole Parker Industries really big multi-billion-dollar company went from a small company to a large company in 10-year gap. But I don't know if Dan or anybody ever explored how we got from a small little company that Otto originally built and Peter was still using to multi-billion-dollar corporation, billionaire, philanthropist, playboy. I'm like, I don't know where that came from, and I don't know if he ever explored how we got from point A to point B.
The thing about Dan's writing, and I'm speaking as someone who actually, knew him or worked with him, is that he's the biggest Spider-Man fan in the whole world. But in a way that works against him because he sees it as, when we were kids, we we saw the Ninja Turtles, and there were all these ridiculous toys with the Ninja Turtles, and the beach Michelangelo with all the beach crap and stuff, and that's basically what he did with Spider-Man. He made
he sees it as like a toy box more than he looks at Spider-Man more as a toy box than
it's like he produced like the Spider-Man with the rocket launcher and the ice gear and stuff, and it's like that doesn't make any sense. Just like the Batman Returns toys don't make any sense except for like one.
Yeah. Spike, I do have a question though. It was mentioned earlier that you wrote one of the characters for the Spider-Verse event. Which one was it? I'm curious.
The one from Mexico City, Arachnido Jr.
Oh, okay, that's cool. Yeah, I was just curious.
No, it's okay.
Mike, could you elaborate on that? What could you give a little bit of backstory about Arachnido Jr.? I can't honestly. I actually read Spider. I just can't remember that character, the details of that character. Could you give a little bit of background? Explain it a little bit.
Oh, it's his dad is a wrestler, and it's actually. The thing about Spider-Verse, when I wrote it, it was a completely different story. And it was a story about, this reporter, kind of Julian Assange type, who, has a very, tragic life. And what the editors told me, like, it was like, oh, we like it, but can you make something more Mexican-y, like luchadores? It was like, yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
But what I
mean, don't get me wrong. I like luchadores as much as the next guy, but...
No, it's a problem with Marvel. But anyway, what I did was it's more based on Daredevil than Spider-Man. So I went with because I love Spider-Man, but Daredevil, other than Gambit, is my favorite Marvel character. So I made him the son of a luchador, who there's corruption in the ring and stuff, and they make him go like Bane with Batman. They break his back and he doesn't make it. And then he we had the Avatar thing, so I didn't have to explain he was bitten by a radioactive spider, so he just becomes like Mexico City spirit of the streets, and in the story he's just saving this little girl from kidnappers from Mexico City. And there's a funny story in there too. For the villain, I took one of Mexico City's worst politicians, and I told Paco, who drew it, make it exactly like him. And I got a note from the editor at the time, Nick Lowe, and he told me he didn't want to make political references.
Huh.
Now we don't want to make political references. Now it's a problem back in like what
2015? No, 2014. It was 2014.
Okay, 2014, 2015. Because I was trying to remember when the first Spider-Verse story.
No, the thing is, I wrote that like 6 months before it came out.
Oh yeah.
And
it's like, now they don't want to make it a political.
Yeah,
mess.
Exactly. But it was around the time where they were already doing Kamala Khan and stuff, and
oh my God.
It was around the time of change. I was exactly around the time of that switcheroo with all these kid editors, and when I had this first experience with Arachnido Jr. and I say, okay, I understand they want some Mexican Spider-Man guy because they are doing Spider-Man from all over the world. And then when I pitched my Ghost Rider Punisher story, it was like a real disappointment because I thought it would have been great doing this kind of Marvel Knight stuff, but Marvel doesn't want to do that kind of stories anymore.
Yeah, I always find I think the challenge with Peter Parker and with the Spider-Man universe is that how do you with Peter Parker, Marvel Comics seems to have a schizophrenic relationship with their character Peter Parker because they're not sure if they want to keep him a teenager. They're not sure if they want to make him a more adult reporter. They're not sure if they want him to actually be in a relationship of any redeeming kind of success at all.
Blame Joe for that.
They're going back and forth. They can't make up their mind in terms of exactly what they want to do with him. and that's one of the reasons why, like, I personally, I wish they would let him evolve just a little bit. Like, let him evolve just a little bit, because quite frankly, they've let Tony Stark evolve. They let Captain America evolve a little bit. They've let other characters evolve in the Marvel Universe. They've let the Fantastic Four characters evolve. Why don't they let Peter Parker evolve? And it's because, I think it's because of the success with that teenage mentality of Peter Parker, that they won't let Peter Parker sort of evolve. And what I'm personally hoping is that with the Edge of the Spider-Verse series and the success of it, with Peter Parker being older than Miles Morales, I hope they'll let Peter Parker get a little bit older. And quite frankly, and my final point here before I stop talking is, I just want to make a point that I really liked Superior Spider-Man arc, because Octavius did something that was needed to be done. He made Peter Parker realize that he was not reaching his potential. He wasn't. And that's, Parker Industries, Peter Parker is destined to be a billionaire. He really is. He's destined to be a Tony Stark. But Marvel Comics editorial won't let it happen, because they want to keep him a down and out loser teenager, because that's apparently what they think sells more comics. And
I get it, but I have to disagree there in two instances. First, when they try to evolve him, it usually works worse for the character, in the sense that they piss off people. Like, I think the first time they really went at it was around the Clone Saga, and that was just disasters. I think that the one that kind of worked was when April or with May Parker Spider-Man, Spider-Girl series. The other thing is, there's something about Spider-Man people don't seem to realize. Other than Holden McNeil in Catcher in the Rye, Peter Parker is the literary archetype of a teenager. Teenagers didn't exist around the World War. Teenagers came. The concept of teenager came out from the middle of the 20th century. There's only two characters in history, in culture, that reflect teenager and became an archetype, and those are Holden McNeil and Peter Parker. That's why it's such a hard struggle to make Spider-Man something that, and I'm saying this even when he's married.
That's a very interesting point.
He's an adult teenager. I think he basically represents comic book readers. Most of it doesn't matter where if you're married or not, or whatever your station in life is, you're just an adult teenager. In a sense,
Yeah.
I think that's what he represents.
You make a very good point, Spike. But my just to build on your point, honestly, I think I would love for you to write an entire essay on what you just said, because it really does sound like it's a recipe for brilliance. Seriously, I never thought of it like that, and I never actually thought of Peter Parker as an archetype for teenage characters. I never did until you said that, and you might be right on that. That's a very good point. I will say this, probably because Peter Parker is an archetype, I, as an older reader, and this is my bias, I ask myself the question, okay, I've grown up with Peter Parker. Now I'm curious, what is Peter Parker like now as an adult? And when I see that he's now a successful CEO of Parker Industries, or when I see him being a little bit more of an adult, I sort of embrace those stories a little bit more. And because I've grown past the teenage stories to a certain extent, because those are Miles Morales stories now, because I've grown up with the character, and that's my bias.
Yeah.
And so it's very interesting to hear you say that I think you're right, maybe, because that explains a lot in my mind why Marvel sort of seems trapped in this teenage archetype with Peter Parker, because that really does, in a sense, I almost feel that holds them back, and yet at the same time, it is probably their greatest strength for the character.
Yeah.
I think it's creatively, it's a very difficult position to be, because for example, I think Mary Jane actually works because you did grow up somewhat side to side with that Spider-Man until he got married. I mean, you did get that. So in a sense, they've gone back because
yeah,
that's the thing. People had already accepted some kind of world with Spider-Man, but trying to make it, work, it's where they've had trouble. And the other thing, go ahead.
Well, what I was going to say is that, considering that my first introduction to Spider-Man was the 90s card, well, it wasn't my totally first one, but it was my first full exposure to the character was the 90s cartoon show. That show takes place when Peter is in college. He's not a teenager, though he still acts childish and...
Well, he could be 19.
He's probably 19, early 20s. So he's still childish in some respects, but the one thing that I know, or that I later on when I actually looked more into comics, and though I haven't read all these stories and whatnot, but the way that they Spider-Man did progress for a very long time, at least in certain respects. His personality doesn't really need to change, the quippy, goofy kind of childlike behavior that he has, because that still resonates with younger readers, kids like that. And also it's been known for years that Peter does that because he's insecure, or at least he was insecure at one point, and he did that because it throws his enemies off too, just joking around and like talking about Mysterio having a fishbowl for a head. It throws them off.
I think that's the thing. I think that's he uses humor to cope with the situations he is, but Spider-Man is a tragic story. And I think it's the perpetual teenager, because he's an angsty character because he has to juggle responsibility with what he wants, or I don't think he's childish in that sense. I think that's his great conflict, that he's in the middle of everything. Everything is coming at him. He needs to cope. He needs to be Spider-Man, but he also needs to be, Peter Parker, and he doesn't get the ladies, and he has to take care of Aunt May. That's you look at Spider-Man Homecoming. He doesn't have any responsibility at all in life.
Yeah,
and he's given
that was the biggest. All the powers, none of the responsibility. Because what I was going to say is I was going to kind of go over Spider-Man's timeline a bit, because the first defining moment Spider-Man has is in his first appearance when Uncle Ben dies. And then from there, Spider-Man is in high school for the earliest parts of the run. And his transition from there to college, the next defining point in his life was the death of Gwen and Captain Stacy. So that was him maturing and moving to the next stage of his life, basically. And for the longest time, it's like Peter was making some level of progression and moving forward, like a lot of superhero characters were. There was progression. There was moving forward. And then at some point, someone decided, no, we can't do this, because it's... I think it's like... I guess it's kind of like playing chicken, like with a car or something. And it's like you're moving in a direction, you think that you've got this, and then it's like, oh crap, I'm actually scared now, and you swerve. You backtrack, you give up. And that's the biggest problem with Spider-Man, with a lot of with Dan writing, and even in the 90s when they did the Clone Saga, they were scared to move the character any further than where they already took him.
But here's something I think we've ignored this whole time, and I just realized now that Comic Boom is putting Spider-Man and Venom or whatever. We did get a new Spider-Man in the 90s, and it was Venom. That was 90s Spider-Man, when Spider-Man was a wreck with the Clone Saga. We had, Venom was the Spider-Man for Generation X.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
That's true.
That's a good point.
Venom is his own Spider-Man.
And it's a good point. And it says something about Generation X, doesn't it, Spike? When, what does it say? I mean, Venom was the darker side, perhaps, of Peter Parker, the more rebellious side represented by Eddie Brock, or even Flash Thompson, if you want to go that route. I mean, it does say something that, Marvel has sort of tried creative ways to sort of expand the Spider-Man concept.
But I don't think Marvel actually understood what I just said. I think it just happened.
It happened organically. You know, Venom became popular
because you
on
have
its
David
own.
Michelini and Todd McFarlane, not because of. I mean, that's why Todd McFarlane left Marvel. But
Yeah.
no. I think that kind of makes sense in a way. And yeah, who was the most famous character at Marvel at that point? It was Wolverine, not Spider-Man. He was the face of Marvel, and my favorite character still is Gambit.
Yeah.
Absurdly enough, and if you know diversity in comics, all he does is talk about X-Force and whatever.
X Factor. Come on. Do something different. Come on, DNC. Come on, man. There are other X-Men stories besides X-Force.
But yeah, I think it's a great point of how to cope with new characters in comics, because maybe the dissonance is that they absurdly are trying to make you know you have this image of what a kid is in your head, and you try to pander to it instead
Yeah, that's a problem.
of looking at, well, what's the world today, what kind of hero the world needs today. I think that's what Marvel should be asking and trying. If you go with that, I think that would appeal to younger audiences.
Yeah. I think one of the things I was thinking of is the problem is that a lot of these writers nowadays, they try to be more hip with the kids and whatnot for, they're trying to do the hello fellow kids
Yeah.
type nonsense. You're trying to pander to them. The thing is though, I don't remember the quote or anything, but there's the whole thing with kids or teenagers or actually kids and teenagers, because this applies to both of them, is they want to be treated older. They want to be treated as adults, because eventually they get to the point where they want to be related to on a more mature level. Pandering to them the way that Marvel has been in current years does not work, because you're what am I trying to think here? You're trying to talk to them the way you think they want to be talked to. And the one thing is like the most relatable characters in any form of like young forms of fiction, like that are meant for younger audiences, are characters that are either progressing towards learning how to be an adult, or is an adult already. Because when I read Spider-Man when I was a teenager, in my early teens, Peter was married to Mary Jane. She was pregnant. Yes, I was reading the 90s Spider-Man during Clone Saga.
Yeah, of course.
Comic book. Peter was already an adult, basically, at that point, to me. And even when I watched like the cartoon show, he's bordering on being an adult. He's, living in apartments. He's not always with Aunt May. He's got his own life.
But even when he's the one that brings in the breath. I mean,
yeah. There are other characters that I can think of. No,
exactly. It's like you and I are around the same age, right? 36 something.
I'm 34.
Okay. But you grew up with like Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, I was a kid when that came out.
Yeah, but you played it.
Yes, on the Sega Genesis.
Fucking more. And that's the thing about. I don't know if this applies to you, comic book, but at least 90s kids. Like, of course we were, the X-Men weren't teenagers anymore when we were reading the X-Men. The X-Men we love are not the teenage X-Men. And even, at certain point, that the New Mutants weren't childish stories. I mean, Douglock dies. Yeah. The Mutants gets real fucking dark.
Well, the way I would sort of articulate what you guys are saying, I think, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is there's always that struggle between and Spider-Man is an interesting character because if I compare Spider-Man to Superman, Superman is a character that I would say is perhaps a little easier to write You can write a character that you can aspire to or that you can relate to. Spider-Man has always been a character that you can relate to more so than necessarily aspire to, although you can aspire to him too. So just bear with me for a second, because where I'm going with this is that one of the things about what Marvel keeps doing with Peter Parker is they keep Peter Parker down. They keep him down so that as long as Peter Parker is a loser, the fact that most people who read Peter Parker are losers won't feel so bad because I can relate to him. And if I'm being too hard on people who collect Spider-Man, I mean, go ahead and throw stones at me because I love Spider-Man too. But my point is this. I wish Marvel would realize that I want to aspire to Spider-Man. At some point, Spider-Man should stop looking to Tony Stark as a mentor and be a mentor himself. And that's what I like about him mentoring Miles Morales. It's about bloody time. To me, in my mind, Spider-Man was the first Marvel superhero, not the Fantastic Four, not Tony Stark, not Captain America. It was Spider-Man. He brought in the heroic age in the Marvel universe in my mind, and I realize that might not jive with the Marvel cinema or the Marvel comic book history. I get that, but I don't care. Yeah. I love Spider-Man, and what I want Peter Parker to get his due. And what I like about the Edge of Spider-Verse is that it's starting to project Peter Parker as the mentor, as the guy that you can aspire to, as opposed to just relate to, because there is a difference.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Well, because that was something that that I was I have my other friend, Professor Geek, who I've talked to on numerous occasions.
I know him. I know him.
He's great because he talks about exactly what Comic Boom is talking about. He talks about aspirational hero and the difference between an aspirational one and one that's like Peter, who's relatable. And they're two different types of archetypes. But they can also, they can, coincide and work together.
And I think... Go. Well, I was going to say, damn it.
Spider-Man can do both. It's just that Marvel hasn't really found that delicate balance between the two at this point. Go ahead.
And for example, I see fans like Doug Ernst. Everybody here knows Doug Ernst. Yeah. And I think Doug Ernst is a pretty successful guy and a pretty centered, he himself is a very smart, very, focused person. And I think the way he speaks about Spider-Man is because it reminds you of who you were or maybe how you feel about the world. Yeah. That's the thing. I think, most of my, for example, the cousins I grew up with, or even a little older than me and stuff, Spider-Man, even though they haven't read a comic in fucking 20 years, you can look at the shine in their eyes when you talk to Spider-Man.
Yeah, that's true.
I think, I don't know if he can be an aspirational hero over.
Well, like I said, I think it's more of a balancing act. He's not very aspirational because he's always been that relatable, kind of down to earth type of guy. I would just recommend. I think Professor Geek did videos discussing his archetype and whatnot a bit more.
Okay, and I'll definitely check it out.
I would definitely go check out his channel.
Or maybe he always has been aspirational in the sense that he has the power to deal with all this shit you can relate to, and that's what you want out of life.
Him and Superman are the aspiration you could get from Spider-Man is not the same as the aspiration you get from Superman. They're two different types. You aspire with Spider-Man because he's dealing with, not only is he dealing with his real life issues, getting, being married or getting dates or dealing with a sick aunt or dealing with unemployment or anything of that nature. He's dealing with that, and he's dealing with fighting supervillains on a regular basis or saving the city and balancing that. You can find aspiration in that. And Superman is an aspirational of, this guy is one of the most purest, honest, and good superheroes you could possibly find in any
Yeah.
form of fiction.
And
Yeah,
guys,
exactly.
And you can't be Superman, but you can aspire to be like him.
that's right. And
So,
Nightwolf, I want to just build on what you're saying, and
go ahead.
I'm going through my older. This is the classic. This is the classic Superman and Spider-Man team up.
Yeah.
Marvel Present number 28.
Yeah.
And this story. I love this story because it's the perfect example of the difference between the aspirational and the relatable. Because this is in this particular storyline, which has Doctor Doom and the Parasite as the villains. Peter Parker is, of course, he meets Clark Kent and he visits the Daily Planet, and he's made fun of by Steve Lombard who normally makes fun of Clark Kent, and you see the similarities between Peter Parker and Clark Kent, and of course the difference between Peter Parker and Clark Kent is that in many ways for Clark Kent it's just an act, but for Peter Parker it's genuinely who he is. He's just a nice guy who's made fun of, and
Yeah.
so you really see the differences here, and this is one of the reasons why Peter Parker, it's not an act. He's not this godlike, powerful being that just sort of acts weak in order to fit in. It's who he is because he loves people, and he is who he is. He's not trying to be somebody he's not, and he just likes helping people. And this, to me, embodies sort of that difference between the inspirational and the aspirational. And this is why my bias is, I don't believe the story's been written yet. And you guys, I welcome you to correct me if I'm wrong, and I'll definitely read any story you direct me to. But I've yet to read a story. I want to read a story where Peter Parker is a little bit older, he's more experienced, and he's a mentor, and he finally has his day to truly shine. Because I see Peter Parker at his best and his final moments saving the planet because he's just that amazing. And truly, truly amazing. I always reminded when Brian Michael Bendis wrote the New Avengers in issue 2, I believe, and wrote a scene between Captain America talking to Peter Parker, and Peter Parker says, "You want me to join the Avengers?" And Captain America just looks at him and says, "Yes, of course. You're amazing." And that, to me, embodied everything. It was like Peter Parker was surprised that somebody like Captain America would think that he was amazing. And that, to me, embodies Peter Parker. The guy is so humble, he doesn't realize how great he is.
I think there's a story where Spider-Man is older. It's called, it's one of my favorite stories, actually, from Marvel Knights, Spider-Man Reign. You wouldn't like it. It's basically a tribute to the Dark Knight Returns, but with Spider-Man.
Really?
Yeah,
Spider-Man,
that was kind of bad.
He works in flower delivery shop. Mary Jane died because of the radioactive blood of Spider-Man. She's dead. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
He's a complete loser. He just comes back and he inspires the kids to fight. Venom is Venom the symbiote is the final boss, and that's where I disagree with you. I do think Spider-Man shouldn't, for stories for Spider-Man to work. I think and I think that's why you're more of a DC guy, and I've always been more of a Marvel guy. I like the characters to always be carrying the weight of the world on their shoulders, like Daredevil,
right.
And I think that's where Spider-Man works best. Like for Kraven's Last Hunt, he gets beaten down by life itself and Kraven at the same time.
Yeah.
And there's another guy doing Spider-Man better than him, and it's a villain.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I recently actually bought Professor Geek's book that's called Heroic Inspirations, and and Comic Boom was talking about Superman and how the Clark Kent stuff is kind of a facade and whatnot. And it's actually the Superman. There's a section in there for Superman, and it's like the first chapter, and it's about meekness. The persona of Clark Kent, though we know it isn't what Superman truly is, he does that because he doesn't want to show off. and also it's a sense of him restraining himself from doing things, because he talks about one of the stories that Superman was in where Superman is being made fun of by members of the Daily Planet and whatnot. Like he's a loser, he's a schlub, he's, all these other things. It's like he's weird. It's like he doesn't talk to anybody very much. And it's like Superman could at any given point, as Clark Kent, he could stand up for himself. He could do something. He has that ability, but chooses to brush it off because it's not important. That's not why he's here. But that was actually a really good breakdown, and there's a lot of those. I haven't even gotten back to reading it yet, but there's a lot of really good breakdowns in his book about how you can be inspired by heroes a bit more. It's actually kind of like a textbook, actually, because there's...
What's it called?
It's called Heroic Inspirations.
Right on. I'll check it out. I didn't know he wrote a book.
Yeah, and he is working on a second one too. Aside from working on, I think he's working on some short stories and some comic stuff too, but he also is working on a heroic archetype story. I mean, he is a professor and whatnot, so an actual teacher. So basically, he's taking like some of the stuff he teaches in class and he's putting it in book form for everybody else to see.
No, it sounds like
which is really
I'd
cool.
like to read. Really, it sounds interesting.
Give me a moment. I need to get some more water, and then maybe I'll go and grab the book too. You guys talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah, but it's interesting how you can dissect Peter Parker. That's why he's so important. It's very very complex character, and that's why I think that's why it works, like Holden McNeil in Catcher in the Rye. I'm sorry, I've been fucking up. Holden McNeil is the guy in the Kevin Smith movies. What's the name of the guy in Catcher in the Rye? It's Holden something.
I'm sorry. I should probably know the answer to that, but I don't. And I even read Catcher in the Rye back in high school, but it's been a while since I read that.
And that's the thing. I think Holden Caulfield. Holden Caulfield.
Yeah.
And I think that's probably why they always tell you to read Catcher in the Rye in high school. Because it's a story basically about you, about what you're going through.
Well, it's almost like you're talking about. It's almost like a James Dean rebel without a cause type of idea. I mean, I think it was in terms of Hollywood movies. It was James Dean that sort of defined where the Hollywood, teenage angst first became part of the Hollywood scene. It was epitomized by James Dean, and that was based on that book, wasn't it? That you read.
Yeah, that's the thing. Teenagers weren't a thing before because you were going to war at 13, 14, whatever.
But what I really appreciate about that comment, Spike, is that I never. It sounds so obvious now that you mentioned it, but I guess it never occurred to me that Peter Parker is an archetype, is an actual archetype. But that would explain why Marvel is so reluctant to sort of let him evolve and grow, because I really don't feel that Peter Parker has evolved all that much from this low self-esteem, low self-worth teenager. And I got to tell you, and you're probably right when you say it's because I'm a DC reader. DC characters tend to be a little bit more sort of mythological and a little bit more iconic in a sense of their...
Not only that, even if you watch, their alter egos, like Bruce Wayne, he's a philanthropist, he's a billionaire, and Clark Kent is a journalist, and, they are better defined, in their personalities as adults,
Yeah. No, for sure.
And the teenagers and like Dick Grayson, they tend to grow up quite a lot. These characters tend to grow up a lot. The X-Men have the same problems they have when they were teenagers. They just have more tech and shit, but they have the exact same problems they have when they were teenagers.
and I think that in many ways, I think that's why I personally believe that if there's so much, there's so many, the most interesting stories for Peter Parker in my mind haven't been written yet because they won't let him evolve. I mean, maybe I'm just, obviously I'm biased here, but I personally feel that they should let Peter Parker grow as a character, and more so than they have, because he's still, I mean, even with Dan Slott's run, they bring him back down to earth. He becomes, how do you go from being a billionaire back down to sharing an apartment with Mockingbird? Ask me about my feminist agenda, Mockingbird. I mean, I'm sorry, but that doesn't
that's
fit
just
with me on
poor
multiple
writing.
levels. Like, sorry, go ahead.
No, that's just poor writing. I mean, there are ways to make him, fall from grace. It's not like MC Hammer doesn't exist, but in Hollywood you have plenty of examples of how you can lose money stupidly.
Yeah, that's right. It's funny though, but it's funny, like when we talk about this problem that Marvel has with Peter Parker. I don't find that Marvel has that problem with Matthew Murdock, for example. Like, look at what Marvel did, what Frank Miller did with Matthew Murdock with when he fell from grace in that, when Frank Miller wrote his Fall from Grace. What was that? Mm-hmm. That classic storyline with the Kingpin, where Kingpin discovers his secret identity, uses Karen Page against them, he hits rock bottom. I mean, Daredevil is a character that...
Yeah, Born Again.
Yeah, Born Again, thank you. Born Again, how could I forget that? That to me is an example where Daredevil to me represents the perfect balance for a Marvel character, where you can write him as somebody still learning the ropes, but he's also been through enough where they have no problem putting Daredevil through the ropes and giving him more adult situations. But they don't seem to have that comfortable relationship with Peter Parker. They seem to be in this, they can't seem to make up their mind.
But I think that's part of the archetype, because that's what a teenager is. You cannot really put it in a fucking place. It's impossible, and you have all these open possibilities, and they are just scary. That's what Catcher in the Rye is all about. With Matt Murdock, he was always an adult when he was made, the Daredevil superhero. And the other thing about Matt Murdock is that his conflict he's more psychologically interesting, because he is a lawyer, but he's also vigilante, and he's Catholic, and that's like a cocktail about, okay, you believe in some things that, for starters, are not that compatible. I mean, you're basically a criminal, but you're also a lawyer, and you know what you're doing, and you are rifled with guilt because of what you do. So that's the thing with Daredevil, and I think with Peter Parker is that, well, I'm just trying to get by, and I'm doing my best, man.
Yeah.
And just to relate this back to the Venom movie, I just want to say some of my favorite lines from the Venom movie. I know we kind of sort of went off topic, but just
we've been off topic for a while though. If we're being,
I just want to say a couple of my favorite Venom movie quotes. I love when Riot accused Venom of being a traitor, when he called him traitor. That was awesome. I love when Venom was on the rocket ship and basically it was Venom talking to Riot, but it was also Eddie Brock talking to Carlton Drake when he said, "Have a nice life," before he destroyed the rocket ship, and then Riot was killed by fire. The "Have a nice life" line was also a sort of a double entendre, also referring to the fact that Carlton Drake was president and owner of the Life Foundation. So have a nice life. I thought that was a perfect comic book line.
Yeah.
Also,
awesome.
How can you not love the pussy line? And
I know I like those lines.
Yeah, and also when he said, on my planet, I'm kind of a loser too. When Venom said that, that was awesome. That was great. And I love the fact that when he said, when he wanted to get up, when Eddie Brock couldn't get up to the top floor of the penthouse in order to do some investigating, Venom said to him, "You want up? Why, why didn't you say so?" And he jumped. I don't know. There's a lot of great lines. Also, I just want to give a shout out to the female persuasion out there. because I was listening to Grace. She does a lot of movie reviews, and apparently she said that one of her favorite lines, and apparently this was a favorite line by a lot of women on the show, when he said, the girls love the line, tater tots, and chocolate. That's what Venom wanted. Apparently, when he uttered that line, and also there was that line in the restaurant where Venom, when he was possessed by Venom, and he ate the steak, and Venom says, "This is dead." Referring to the fact that it wasn't live meat; it was dead, and then he jumped in the lobster tank. That was really good.
Yeah.
There's all kinds of there's a lot of hidden gems here in the dialogue in this movie that I think really make this work, because a lot of this stuff, at least 3 of the lines I mentioned here, I never picked up until I left the movie and I listened to reviews in preparation for my video with you guys. So this movie has got some hidden gems here that I think make this movie work, and that's why this movie made $80 million, guys. Let's not forget that the next movie that made this much movie on a October opening weekend was Gravity, and it only made $55 million. This was $80 million. This is like $25 million more. Like, this is a phenomenal success for October. You can't emphasize that enough.
You were talking about Grace Randolph, I think, right?
I'm sorry, what?
You were talking about Grace Randolph. I think you mentioned her doing the review.
Oh,
so.
yes, sorry, yeah, her review, yeah.
She used to work. She used to work at Marvel, and that chocolate line actually makes sense, because that's part of Venom's history. Like, he doesn't go on murderous rampages because he eats a lot of chocolate, and chocolate gives you that chemistry in your brain that gets you to that chemistry level where you're like all happy. That's why it's all about the chocolate.
Yeah, and it's funny. Another thing that Grace mentioned, and this apparently bothered a lot of women watching it, was that they didn't like. This was really. I found this really funny. I'm curious to know your guys' point of view on this. Apparently, Michelle's wig in the movie, Michelle, what the hell's her name? Michelle Williams. She wore a wig in the movie. I didn't notice. I thought it was a real hair, but apparently it was a wig. And I
think she always wears wigs, to my knowledge.
Okay, but I guess I'm an idiot. I can't tell the difference between a wig and real hair.
I think you're so used to looking at her like that you don't actually notice.
Well, I guess I don't, but I had no idea that apparently. It's funny listening to a female reviewer, what they pick out of the movie, and it's purely gender related, because as a guy, I would never have picked up on it. It never even occurred to me that Michelle Williams was wearing a wig at all. Every time I saw Michelle Williams, I thought, like, I'm a Purian fanboy. I offer no apologies. Every time I saw Michelle Williams, I thought to myself, that is hot. That is a good looking woman. I loved her. I thought she was hot in this movie. I loved the scenes with her. I wish we had more She-Venom. I mean, even She-Venom was hot. I was loving Michelle Williams in this movie. I don't know.
I don't know if they go with her She-Venom, because in the comics she kills herself.
Well, yeah, I heard that. Yeah, I never read that storyline. I heard that, but that's sort of depressing. But
yeah, that's actually one of the darker '90s Marvel comics. It's Sinner Takes All, I think.
Yeah. By the way, I was showing the book.
Oh, this is the.
This is Professor. This is Professor Gov. Has his real name on it. Has his name of Michael Kretzer.
I like the cover. It's very adequate.
I'm not that far in, but it's like really quick to read. It's only a couple pages per. Like right now, I'm on Green Arrow.
You want to read out what you were talking about?
Huh?
Do you want to read out what you were talking about, or?
Oh, the Superman story. Okay, hold on. Let me.
Oh, was there a Spider-Man one, or?
It wasn't. I haven't gotten to the Spider-Man one, but the
Okay.
one that I was referring to was about Superman. Because he titled it. It's like the first chapter in the book. It's called Superman Mighty and Meek, and it has a quote from Samuel Smiles. It says, "Good actions give strength to ourselves and inspire good actions in others." It says in the graphic novel Superman Birthright, writer Mark Waid, surprisingly enough, yes, that Mark Waid, shows the careful attention that goes into constructing and maintaining Clark Kent as Superman's secret identity. Clark's slumped in oversized Clark slumps in oversized clothes to hide his physique. He wears glasses to dull his vivid blue eyes. He even researches acting techniques to distance the mild-mannered reporter from the hero in a relentless spotlight. Wade highlights the sacrifice Clark makes so that Superman can fulfill his destiny and use his powers to help others. That sacrifice is Clark Kent himself, and the strength and reasoning behind it is a lesson in meekness and integrity. Halfway through the book, in a montage of Clark's work week, we see him unnoticed and left out by his co-workers on a daily basis. As lonely as it is, invisibility was his goal when he constructed this Clark persona, before leaving his home in Smallville. But on a Thursday evening, he experiences unintended consequences. The scene unfolds with Lois and Jimmy entering a bar, greeted by Daily Planet staff who have just ditched Clark at a restaurant across the street. Beyond failing to notice him, they've developed a disdain. They describe him as dull, emotionless, and blank, refusing to hear Lois' half-hearted defense of their new colleague. Across the street, alone at the restaurant table, Clark hears each of their comments. He hangs his head beneath the weight of his sacrifice, but he remains at the table. Imagine how easy it would be to improve his reputation. As Superman, Clark is attractive, charismatic, and inspires trust. Where did I lost my place? God dang. He could be the most popular guy in the office. He could even use his powers to gain acceptance by listening in on useful secrets, reading heart rates, and gauging reactions to alter his words and behavior accordingly. Or, if he no longer wanted their acceptance, he could gratify the natural desire for revenge. He could march across the street and confront them. He could use his powers to humiliate or ruin their reputations. The fact that he acts on neither of these impulses makes him not only a hero, but the definition of meekness. The value of meekness, or strength under control, is often illustrated with the misleading image of a wild horse tamed and bridled. But that image implies submission to a more forceful will than our own. Superman controls and tames himself. Clark can... Sorry, my mom's walking in the background. Clark can refrain from obtaining ill-gained praise or revenge because he believes in his calling and who he is. Opening up to his co-workers to gain popularity or friendship would jeopardize his secret and make them a target for his enemies. And the energy spent on gaining their approval would cost him his focus on helping those in need. Alone at the restaurant, no one but a distracted waitress is present when he dashes off at super speed towards the cry for help, breaking in upon his super hearing. Had he been in the crowded bar across the street, he would have lost precious moments in making the necessary excuses to leave. Those moments might have cost lives among those crying for help on the falling bridge. Superman has an unshakable belief in his responsibility to use his gift to help others, even at the expense of himself. He made it a priority over the rest of his life. What about revenge, then? At times, with scenes that misunderstand the character, Superman is shown engaging in petty little pranks on those who bully Clark Kent. But the iconic Superman only acts in such cases to help a victim, and often even the bullies themselves. He doesn't need to get even with people because no one can truly hurt his pride. He has a certainty about who he is and what he stands for. The alienation of Clark Kent may feel uncomfortable, but the moment he's needed, he taps into a greater strength. When the sounds of human suffering reaches him from the bridge, he is there in an instant, giving 100%. He knows who he is, even if his coworkers do not. He's a hero with the integrity to serve those who try to hurt him. Let's see. This is a lot longer than I remembered, but short. The scene is thematically linked to the greater story arc and climax of the tale. Just as the Daily Planet staff mocks Clark Kent, Lex Luthor attempts to discredit Superman on a much larger scale. When Lex fabricates a Kryptonian invasion that identifies Superman as a scout for their conquest, Clark doesn't waste time dwelling on how he is being wronged. And he doesn't attack Lex out of revenge. He does what he's always done, save people. The Scottish author and government reformer Samuel Smile wrote that good actions give strength to ourselves and inspire good actions in others. Superman is a perfect illustration of this principle. In the midst of his slander, the integrity he shows in continuing to use his gift to serve people proves to be his ultimate vindicator. Before long, the crowds of Metropolis, the very crowds Lex hoped to turn against Superman, march forward to fight with their hero. On large scale or small, Superman shows the importance of remaining true to ourselves and our calling in life. How many times do we squander our own gifts and talents for fickle praise or revenge? Superman's stories show that we would make a greater impact and be happier in the long run by focusing on serving those who need us. We can stop pleasing the shallow and start filling the empty. We can ignore the bullies and build up their victims. Meekness is not strength controlled or checked by someone else, a parent, boss, church, or spouse. Meekness is the greater strength to control ourselves. Meekness is the security and integrity of identity that allows us to care for others. This value is at the heart of Superman. It is the fundamental basis for his character and makes him one of the strongest, if not the strongest, comic book superhero. Superman shows us how to find such strength in our own hearts and be true to our own destinies, whatever they may be. There you go. There's an excerpt from the book. Enjoy, everyone.
I hope we're not violating, that copyright, but it's a good read.
No, I certainly hope I wasn't. Please don't copyright strike me.
we are trying to educate you.
Well, we're not violating copyright. We're citing the book, so we're referencing what we're doing. So we're not violating anything. So we don't have to worry about that.
Well, I certainly hope not. Professor Geek knows that I have good intentions. I hope.
Yeah. If anything, we'll sell some copies of his book.
Yes.
Yeah, because it's actually an interesting read and an interesting perspective, and it's always an internal debate, and it has to do a lot with how we look at superheroes and how we superpose our own, our own personalities and our own psyche on, these characters, and that's the thing about literature. Basically, we talk a lot about canon, but a lot of that canon only happens in our heads.
Yeah, it's true. That is very, very true.
And the thing is too about the whole commentary about Clark Kent. That description of Clark Kent is so spot on. And there's so many things about Clark Kent that bother me and that piss me off about Clark Kent, and that's why I'm fascinated by his character. I mean, in many ways, there are many things I can think of a whole slew of reasons why why Superman is a coward. Because he allows himself as Clark Kent to be the coward. He allows himself as Clark Kent to be walked on and stepped on, and he doesn't care about that. As long as he does it as Superman, everything's okay. He was raised as Clark Kent. Who he is Clark Kent. That's my interpretation of him. Who he is Clark Kent. He was raised as Clark Kent, not Superman. I realize you can disagree with me on that, but just bear with me. My point is that he sacrifices who he is, who he was raised to be, out of some sense of ideal, because who he really is, he splits it in half. the good part of
Yeah.
him, he lets Superman do all the heroism, and he relegates to Clark Kent all the bad aspects, all to take all the bullets. And
Yeah.
that's one of the things where I like Peter Parker. Peter Parker is better because Peter Parker, unlike Clark Kent, Peter Parker manages to date a world famous model. She's gorgeous. And that's what I like about Peter Parker. What is it about Peter Parker? Unlike Clark Kent, where Peter Parker can actually land a world-class supermodel like Mary Jane. There's something about Peter that 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 he that he's not quite the nerd. There's something about Peter that no one can really get their handle on, and yet there's something extraordinary about Peter Parker, and that's what makes him fascinating, I think, to a lot of readers like me, is that he's sort of a nerd, but he's a nerd that nails the supermodel, and I love that about him. I love that.
Yeah, he's always kind of had this, because even, if you go all the way back to even some of his first issues and whatnot, he's an outcast through and through. Nobody hangs out with him. Not even the other nerds and geeks. They don't even like him. He's the wallflower of all wallflowers. Nobody wants to be near him. Nobody wants to talk to him. But I think that because not Superman, but Spider-Man as his alter ego, as his other persona, is a way to contend with his levels of insecurities. And it actually helps him in his personal life as Peter Parker. Being the cocky, fun-loving, goofy superhero does help him to gain more confidence in himself as well. Though it's not always illustrated to a full extent, because he can't be as showboaty as Spider-Man. You can't do that because people might start asking questions. But it does give him the confidence to, start being more confident in himself as Peter as well. There's been several stories and other moments where they've done that, where it's obvious that he's gained more confidence over the years. He's not the wallflower anymore, and he shed that persona pretty. I don't know how quickly he did, but by the time he reaches into college, that whole him being just the dweeby wallflower, it's brushed off. It's swept aside. He's not that kid anymore. Not as much anyway. I mean, even when he was in college and whatnot, he branched out. He made more friends. I mean, he even made friends with his former bully. He made friends with Flash Thompson, which is something that you wouldn't expect to happen, but it did. So, and even Flash ended up liking him. So,
but
I lost my train of thought now.
No, but I get what you're saying, because he basically, when he was the wallflower of wallflowers, he hadn't proved himself. He wasn't Spider-Man. He was a guy that, given the opportunity to have powers, would go make money, wrestling or whatever. It's after he becomes Spider-Man with all the responsibility and stuff that he becomes, a more fleshed out human that is capable of, having, social interaction and stuff. Even though he's carrying the weight of the world, part of that weight of the world is the social aspect of it.
Yeah, and it was one of the. Sorry, Boom. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to add to that. One of the things that really stands out about Spider-Man is, and I know this is cliche, but I can't emphasize this enough, is, back in the 60s, the mid 60s, when Spider-Man became more prevalent and really sort of came out, that concept of with great power comes great responsibility was just a cliche. It was just a cute little phrase. But guess what? Nowadays, how many, in all seriousness, let's be blunt here. I'm not going to lie to you. If I had $1 billion, I probably would be a selfish prick. I'm not going to apologize about that. That's who I am. You know what? I'm not. I would not be a Peter Parker. I just wouldn't. Just a heads up, by the way. If I ever become a billionaire, I might forget I know you guys. Why? Because I'm an asshole. You know? I mean. Okay, maybe I'm exaggerating. I'd probably fly you guys out. We'd have a good time. We'd party. We'd drink a lot of Corona. But my point is that I would not be a Peter Parker. And the fact is, the message of Peter Parker. Here's this guy who's got the ability to be a billionaire, and he doesn't take the easy path. That's really something that stands out. That really
the thing is that,
we live in the most narcissistic age in the history of humanity, in my opinion. We're all narcissistic bastards. We all think our shit doesn't stink. Everyone's a victim. Everybody wants to be noticed. Everybody thinks they're special. And guess what? Peter Parker is special, but he doesn't highlight it. He has a secret identity. He doesn't make himself known. He doesn't use his powers, his power against anyone. That is what makes Peter Parker different than the rest of us. Because the rest of us, frankly, we don't hold a candle to Peter Parker. And that's just the truth.
No, I couldn't have said it better, actually. I completely agree with that, with those observations, except you not giving me some money of that $1 billion.
I'm a bit excited about that too.
If I win a lottery, I'm flying out to Mexico City.
You'd have the best fucking food in your life, man.
We would,
yeah. That's the one thing about, like, when I see characters and whatnot who go from, because when Peter first got his powers and whatnot, the first thing he thought of was making money. It was the death of Uncle Ben that spurred him to do something different. And because he's a kid, he's a teenager. The first thing that pretty much any teenager is going to do with superpowers is try and find a way to make money from it.
Oh, or buy a woman or something. Yeah, he basically gets the key to the gates and getting whatever he wants, but he learns pretty early that that's not what life's about. You have to earn.
Yeah. There are consequences to your actions. And I mean, I don't know why, but I was just now thinking of not really a similar character, but there was a character who it's like very early, was the main character for the original Mobile Suit Gundam, Amuro. He's very selfish. He's very bratty. He's like 15 years old. And in the middle of a war conflict where he's the only one capable of piloting the giant robot that can, keep everybody alive, he is incredibly selfish through like the first half of the series. He is selfish, an asshole, and he doesn't seem to care. He's very against everything that's happening. He gets himself into situations and conflicts that could literally end his existence, considering he's going up against people who have more experience in fighting wars. And the one thing is, though, which is kind of a problem that I see with a lot of new characters, like when they make a character that's like incredibly narcissistic and, it's like they think they're the best thing in the world. They don't have anybody to ground them or anyone to humble them and tell them, no, you're wrong. Let me slap you in the face for saying that.
I don't know, man, because you make a reference to Gundam, but to be a narcissist, you don't have to be as showy. There's a lot of ways to be a narcissist, like Shinji in Evangelion, for example.
Yeah. Well, Amuro was selfish in several points in the show. He got cocky for one, and then he was selfish. He was upset in many ways. I was thinking about the time when he.
I actually agree with you. I'm just saying that. There's a lot of.
I guess there was a little bit of difference. I don't know if narcissism is the appropriate term for Amuro.
Yeah, it's when you make everything about yourself, and
Yeah.
that's the difference. When you make things
Well,
about yourself, that's
yeah.
narcissism, and when you even
He,
things that
he,
are
he's
not about you, and with
yeah.
Spider-Man is the opposite. He's selfless.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I was going to get to the fact that Amuro does eventually get to the point of him being selfless and trying to do a better job. But it takes time to get to that point. Basically, it takes an older person to literally slap him in the face and say, "No, stop being a child. This is important. You have a responsibility to this ship, to the crew, and to your friends who are on board to keep them safe. And you don't get to go AWOL." And not, and take the prototype weapon away from the base either. You don't get to do that without consequences. Um, thank God for Bright. uh,
No, that yeah, it's an arc. The thing is, well,
yeah,
if we're talking about stories and such, it's what's your arc about? Peter Parker wasn't. Only the first issue really was the arc about how you get to being,
yeah,
Spider-Man. But the the canon about Peter Parker is how you carry the weight of all the world.
yeah. That's true. That's true. I don't know. I found a reason to make this about Gundam, and that's something that I'm very good at.
Yeah, yeah, I did notice that.
I have a habit. I'm sorry. I apologize. No, I don't. Sort of
Well,
apologize.
well, tying this back to Venom.
Yeah, go back to
I
Venom.
mean, tying this back to Venom. I mean, the simple fact is, I want to give full props to Sony. I mean, look, I've been in the like I've always been an avid defender of Sony, and I don't care about their email scandal and all their other crap. I've I probably, and this is a subject for a different day. I don't want to create another subject or another debate about the whole damn thing, but I think Sony's got a bad rap on Spider-Man. I think they did a decent job with their Spider-Man franchise, and I've Spike and I have had our respectful disagreements on this on when it comes to the Spider-Man franchise for Sony, and I definitely respect Spike's point of view. I guess I'm an outlier, but I actually think Sony's done a decent job with Spider-Man. I like the fact that Sony's an outlier here. I think we need it. I think
Yeah.
I think Venom being in Sony's hands instead of Marvel Studios is a good thing. I think this was a I think I at least with respect to Venom, we can disagree on Spider-Man, absolutely. I can be convinced on that, honestly. But Venom, I actually think this is a good thing for the franchise. This is good for
Yeah.
the industry. This is good. This is a healthy sort of this is a healthy outlier in the superhero movie genre to have this Venom
Yeah.
movie. This is good. It shows that it can be done. It shows that an actor with a passion for a character can make a good movie, can inspire good producing, can inspire decent special effects, or
Yeah.
whatever they did here with Venom. I thought they did a good job. I thought they did a good job. And really, guys, $80 million. I mean, 20. I mean, this wasn't. They didn't just like mildly beat the box office opener for October. They absolutely obliterated it for October. I
Yeah.
mean, the last one was 55 million. This is like 80 million. So whatever the hell they did something right. And you know what? I don't know if we nailed it here in our discussions. If we identified what it was exactly, maybe I can ask you guys. But I mean, guys, this wasn't just a phenomenal success. This was an extraordinary success. This shattered expectations for a movie in October, and you know, for a so-called movie that was just mediocre that critics didn't like. I mean, I'm thinking, why did this movie do so well? I'm not sure we even have a reason for that. Why did Venom do so goddamn well?
Mm.
I disagree in the sense that I agree actually with Venom being at Sony right now is the best I don't actually trust Marvel Studios right now.
Yeah.
Because I can only count on the Russo brothers to make a good job. But
Yeah.
Going back to the Sony thing, I did enjoy the movie, but I can see its flaws. The thing is, if we are taking away the factor that it's a comic book movie and we are trying to put it out there as a proper full-on movie compared to everything else that comes out, yeah, it might fall a bit short. It's like science fiction in literature. Do you know that in college, in literature classes and stuff, they don't actually teach science fiction because it's not a genre?
Hmm.
Because it doesn't go with a curriculum that is, artistic more than themed, and science fiction
Yeah.
is a theme. Uh,
Right.
but when you're writing in literature, like at the Writers Guild, for example, when you write and stuff, what they what they focus on is how does it feel? Does your characters feel natural? Does that poetic side of the word, instead of if your prospective story makes a whole lot of sense, or is it witty? That's a divide. I think it's soon to speak if this is going to be a successful movie. It has happened with even Batman versus Superman. Um, I hope it is, because I do see if corrections are taken, this has the potential to be a great franchise.
Yeah.
But this is just the opening weekend. Opening weekend for comic book films is not the hard part. The hard part is not dropping off a lot.
Right.
That's actually what hit hard. The Last Jedi. It wasn't the opening weekend. It was the days after.
The drop off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Right.
I hope it does well, especially because Tom Hardy, I think he did put his heart into it, and it shows. And I think that's one of the most important things in movies. I mean,
Yeah.
one of my favorite movies is Clerks, and just two guys, black and white camera in some fucking store talking. It's the funniest thing you've ever watched. So I think I think there's place for those kinds of movies, and I also think that critics should they actually should come into middle ground, because when you criticize something, you have to have a functioning understanding of what you're talking about, and there should be more you know specialized comic book film superhero critics.
Yeah. I agree. I'm always up for like competition, for there to be a variety of different things going on. I don't like the fact that the Marvel Cinematic Universe has become so homogenized. I liked when it started out, it was fine, but now it's gotten really boring, and I don't like that. Pretty much everything feels like it's the same most of the time, with the exception of Infinity War, which was different. Thank God. I like that one, but I still need to watch Black Panther though. Uh,
It's not bad.
I know it's
no,
not.
I get it. I actually pretty nervous with what's going to happen with the Fox stuff, because that's exactly the point. The MCU is not right now at a point where they have to push the envelope and come out with stuff like Logan. And I really think we need that kind of stuff if we want to keep it relevant. We have to up the ante, and
we need to try different things. We need to have different types of superhero stories.
It's like, for example, if you watched Iron Man when you were 8, you're now 18.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's incredible.
So
and that means that you're going to want to have different types of stories because your audience is growing up.
And this is exactly why Nightwolf, when I spoke earlier, maybe I was. By the way, I'm drinking Crown Royal Vanilla as I'm talking. So over the last hour or so, I'm probably slowly getting more inebriated. That's probably coming through. That's on me. That's not on you.
It's fine with me. I don't mind.
But I say that as sort of a caveat, almost as an apology. But I will say this: that the whole point about this whole this evolution of storytelling that's taken place in the Marvel universe. I want to reemphasize my point that there's a huge opportunity here, that the Marvel Cinematic Universe started off by wowing the audience with action scenes and cool superhero stuff. But there's a huge opportunity here. Let me rephrase it this way. This can be Oscar nominating material. I genuinely believe that a superhero movie can win Best Oscar, and that an actor or an actress can win a best actor or actress in a full role in a movie, in a superhero movie. Because the next evolution, it doesn't have to be a universe spanning galactic movie. We don't need an Infinity War to make a fantastic superhero movie. We can have a character-driven drama that reveals something about humanity, but yet be a superhero movie. We know this, guys, because we're comic book readers. We know this, and we have to start having faith with what we know. I've been reading comic books for 40 years, man. There's some of the best stories I've ever read. Look, I could sit there and shoot air up your ass and be egocentric and say I've read all these big fancy books from Shakespeare to whatever. Bullshit. Some of the best stories I ever read were comic books. I mean, and this isn't, and I'm not, and I would challenge anybody. I would put some of the themes in various comic books up against some of the best literature in the world, because the themes are what makes people remember a story. It's what makes you. What is it about a story that resonates with you, that stays with you? And those types of character-driven stories can exist in comic book superhero stories, just as they can exist in any kind of genre in movies in Hollywood. And that's the next stage. To answer your question, Night Wolf, about where do you go after Infinity War? Simple.
Yeah.
You go to character, because that's where all movies start, is with character. You know, plot-centric movies are fine, but plot is only one part of a story. You can have an entire character-centric story. And I've always said, let me tell you this, and this is just me. In my view, I tell you how I want the next Avengers movie to end. I want Captain America to. The best way to end the next Avengers movie is Steve Rogers, if he does die, have him wake up at a high school dance or a dance in a hall, and he dances with Sharon Rogers, and he finally gets his dance, and that's his final wish. End it like that. End it on an emotional note, a character note, that however Captain America dies, if he does die, have him wake up dancing with Sharon Rogers as a reward for saving the universe from Thanos. And he's dead, but he's in heaven dancing with Sharon. To me, that's what this is all about. It's character. Characters drive everything. And that's the answer to your question.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you that Marvel needs to, for their cinematic universe, and even for like comic books now, you need to kind of push away a little bit more from the plot stuff. The plot stuff is good for like events and whatnot, but at the same time,
more a matter about making the plot actually relevant to your character, because there's two perspectives. I mean, a story can be, man versus whatever surrounds him, or a story can be man versus his own, flaws and that type of stuff, or facing himself in a sense. Those are the two kinds of stories you can write about a person. And superheroes are, I think, what matters most about a superhero is the person, not the funny costume flying around.
Right. No, you're right. I've noticed that like it's a trend for a lot of comic books, especially for the big two. They focus a lot on plot devices, MacGuffins, and whatnot. It's like, oh, we gotta use the Infinity Gems again, or the Cosmic Cube, or insert MacGuffin here.
Yeah, I think that's when a writer doesn't know what to write about. That's what happens.
Yeah, it's like they don't know what to do, or they're tapped out. Like they've already written some really good, had some good ideas and good stories, and then they just peter out and they don't know where to go next. They've drained their creativity, and now it's just like, well, I still have to write because I'm working for a big company, so I have to come up with something else. Okay, let's do plot related story that has no character or emotional value whatsoever and will be forgotten in a couple months.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's what makes special. For example, Watchmen. Watchmen has both, and it has both in the most complex way you can make them.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing about the world in Watchmen that isn't fleshed out, and there's nothing about the characters in Watchmen that isn't fleshed out.
Yep. You gotta have a nice balance.
Oh yeah. Well, the thing is, it takes a special kind of genius to make something like that.
Yeah, it's either be balanced or be really good at one or the other, I guess. I don't know.
Guys, we've been talking a lot here. I just
yeah.
I'm going to suggest that we end this now and just talk about what we. I gotta be very blunt. This is extremely insightful. I actually realized some things I appreciated about Spider-Man that I never appreciated before, and I thank you guys for making me realize those things. But I also realized some things that I really appreciate about the Venom movie, and so just to bring this back and maybe I don't know, Nightwolf. I gotta take off here, so I don't know if you want to.
Oh no, it's fine, man. I was actually thinking of ending the stream anyway. I think dinner is ready, so I have to go and eat. And it's almost 8 o'clock here, so I'd probably like to spend the next few hours of the night chilling and whatnot. So, we'll end it here. So, thanks everybody who was here and who did join. I don't know if anyone is still here. Probably not. Once it gets to a certain point, a lot of people tap out. So, but if you're watching this after the fact, hi, welcome. Thanks for watching this video after it was live. I appreciate it. And thanks to Comic Boom and Spike for joining me. It was a lot of fun.
Thank you for having me, man. It was a very good talk. Some great points were made.
Yeah, I want to end on the note. I did want to end on the note. And I know I mentioned the quote earlier, but the quote from the Venom movie where Venom / Eddie Brock says to Carlton Drake / Riot in the Venom movie at the end when he says, "Have a nice life." I like that. And I think that's a good way to sign off to everyone watching. Have a nice life. Yeah. And let's just say, I just want to make the general comment that I know that I've made some comments on Twitter, political comments on the current culture war in the United States, political and stuff. I don't want to make this political. I'm not going to, I promise. But I just want to say that despite the culture war that's going on in comic books, which is a microcosm of the larger culture war in the United States and everything else, that, at the end of the day, we all, I choose to believe that we all love each other and we all get along, and we still have these types of discussions that are good, that are enlightening, that are insightful. And if it wasn't for guys like you, like Spike, thank you, Nightwolf, thank you. You guys make this all worthwhile because you give me perspectives on things that I normally you choose me to look. You make me look at things in a different light, and it really, truly is helpful. And it makes my enjoyment of this fantastic medium of comic books that much better than I ever would have thought possible. And despite the culture war that we're in, I think that these types of live streams are important. And seriously, it's all good. I have redeemed hope in humanity when I have these types of discussions because I realize that I'm not going crazy. And, no, really. And the fact And I know that,
now,
honestly, guys, I can tell you that I guarantee you that if I ever win the lottery, I'm flying to wherever the hell you guys live, and I'll find you. Don't worry, I'll find you, and I'll pick you up, and we'll fly somewhere, and we'll have Coronas, and you better like Coronas because that's all you'll be drinking for a long time.
Well, they do make them in my dad's hometown.
I'm not an alcohol drinker, but I appreciate the offer just the same. Well, tell you what. If you ever find yourself on the west coast of Oregon, come find me. I know a place. I know a place, man, that I think you'll like. It's where my brother works. They serve some good beer. I think you'll have fun.
All right, sounds like a plan.
and for I guess kind of like a final thought for me, actually, when you mention this, like it makes you feel like you're not going crazy. Trust me, I know that feeling quite well. Before I even had a YouTube channel or anything, and I saw what was happening with comic books, like it was about between like 2012, 2013, and 2014. I was literally losing my goddamn mind. I was like, am I alone in this? Why does this suck? This is bad. I don't like this. I would do that all the time. Like, I would see videos like, oh, Spider-Man is dead. I was like, wait, what? Oh, both Spider-Men are dead. Not only the Ultimate version, but also the 616. It got took over by Otto Octavius. I'm like, what the freaking hell is going on? I don't like this. Bring it backwards, please. So, yeah, I understand that feeling quite well, where I was like, am I going mental? Am I the only one who hates this?
I get you. That's exactly what happened to me when I met Captain Cummings. It was like, I remember one morning we had a meeting with Panini Comics, the guys who license Star Wars here. I work with them, and we had this meeting at Carl's Jr. because we, nerds and stuff. And I was saying, like, guys, don't you think that comics are bad? Like, I don't enjoy reading comics. This was like 2014, and they all saw me like I was crazy.
Yeah.
And when I found Captain Cummings, it was like, boy, I didn't know people like this were around. I really genuinely thought I just lost my passion for comics.
Yeah, and that's kind of what happens.
And and Captain, or pardon me, Spike, you hit the nail on the head there, and this is one of the things where
that's how I met you, dude.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I know. Spike and I, we talk by direct message on Twitter, and we've had our conversations and what have you, and the reality is as a matter of fact, this is very timely, this discussion, because in my local community here in Southern Alberta, I literally just today, I kid you not, it finally hit our local media what Comicsgate is, and Comicsgate here in my local community is being scapegoated as a racist sort of offshoot of as a microcosm of the culture war in the United States, and I'm being now. While I'm not just being dragged into the debate, I'm willingly walking into it because I'm just absolutely appalled by it because, anyways, you guys know what I'm talking about. I don't need to tell you guys. Suffice to say this, that Spike, you love comics. Nightwolf, I know you love comic books, and you know what? There's nothing. I kid you not, the headline at my local newspaper was that Comicsgate community does not like female comic book characters. That was the headline in my local.
Doesn't shock me at all.
I'm not making this up, and this is what I'm talking about in terms of miscommunication, a total misunderstanding, a total rephrasing, refabrication, a redefining of the controversy. It's absolutely appalling how the culture war is twisting both sides, and I realize it's
you're right. You're right, because that's happened to me multiple times already, where it's like I don't agree with everything that's going on, and it feels as though some of the not only have people against Comicscape lost the plot, and they're saying all these horrible lies, and they don't know anything, or they're not bothering to do the legwork themselves to find out what's going on. So you're either willfully ignorant or you're just an asshole.
Well, let me put it to you this way.
I was going to say it's like, but there's problems on the other side too, where things are being, the movement has been either evolved past certain points or it's being redefined by others within the community itself. And I've had issues with some of it because it feels like we stopped at some point in the last couple months. It stopped being about comic books to me, at least for some of us. For some of them,
stopped. It's no longer about comic books.
It's either about the culture war or Twitter drama, and that's it.
It's not about pisses me off actually. Anymore. And this is the danger, and this is what I'm not buying into in my local community. I'm not buying into it. Is that it stopped being about comic books? It started being about the larger cultural phenomena, and it's I mean, like let me put it to you this way, and this is the way I phrased it to somebody who approached me on it here in my local community, which I'm not going to get into. Let me just put it to you this way: how absurd is it? Like, let me phrase it this way to really reinforce the stupidity of it. I've been collecting comic books, and I say that with egocentrism, 100%, I admit. I've been collecting comic books for over 40 years. To suggest to me that I've been collecting comic books for over 40 years, and I somehow don't have an appreciation for females or women in comic books is ridiculous to me.
Yeah.
I don't even know how to respond to that almost, because I'm a period fanboy. Let me tell you something. I have a very specific, I've got 3 boxes of Wonder Woman comics that are only filled with bags of Wonder Woman bondage comics where she's tied up. Now you might think to myself, wow, oh my God, Comic Boom, you're such a racist, you're such a chauvinist bastard. Go ahead. My point is that I'm collecting that for historical purposes. I love the era of Wonder Woman. It says something about us men. It says something about me. I don't apologize for it. It's what comic books are. It's what it represents. It's historical. It actually says something about Wonder Woman, how we view women. I love it. It's awesome. It's not something to shun away, to back away from. Embrace our history. Learn from it. It's who we are. Enough with this nonsense already about ignoring our past and about shunning it. I mean, good Lord. I mean, share it. This is our art. This is our history. This is who we are. Stop shunning our past. Stop shunning our creative forces that make us great, that make comic books great. This is ridiculous already. Can we not just enjoy the genre for what it brings us? You don't have to like every issue, but can you not at least embrace the fact that this is a fun medium? Why not have fun with it? This doesn't have to be something that ruins your childhood. I mean, my God, it's obscene.
Yeah, you're right. Well, it's like, it was one of those things that when I was in high school, it was plastered on the, what was it? I forgot what class it is. It's not the history class, but it was the, it was social studies. It was like social studies, history, other things of that nature. But this was on one of the boards in that classroom. It's like those who fail history are doomed to repeat it. Oh, sure. And I've used that so many times, so frequently. It's like, You failed history, didn't you? You went to high school and they didn't teach you anything at all. I know that in some cases history can be, it's defined by, as they say, it's redefined by the winners and not the losers and whatnot. It's like, I get that, but at the same time, you're proactively ignoring history. I mean, the current situation with companies like Marvel and DC, with the cultural people, culture war related stuff, the people who are, saying like, oh, this is wrong. I have to clench my pearls because, dear Lord, this is horrible. It's like, there's not enough representation. Whatnot. It's like, we've already done this. Like dozens of times already. It happened with comic books back in, what was it? Like the 50s or 60s, somewhere along those lines. It happened to comic books. It happened to music. It happened to movies. It happened to video games. And it's like, if you take it for like just the simple, most basic, or like from the earliest standpoint, you don't have to be a history buff to understand that this is something that, if you're like near my age or even younger than me, like in your early 20s, you already know what happened to video games in the 90s and whatnot. You should know this. This is not new. What's happening with comic books now, what's happening with video games now, it's not new. It's a different package, but it's the same argument.
Are you okay, comic book?
Yeah, you okay?
Yeah,
you okay, dude?
Honestly, I think I'm allergic to my corona. My crown.
Yeah. No.
No, I think there are a lot of. It's very nuanced. Like everything is very nuanced about the quote unquote cultural war.
Yeah, I'm probably being a bit broad with
No. It's not that you are wrong, but I think, and this is like in a broader sense. You go everywhere you want. You go to video games. You go everywhere you want, and you find the same constant, which is SJWs.
Yeah.
And people don't understand. They just say like, you can just ignore them. That's how it got bad.
Not easy to do.
In this aspect, the thing is they don't know what's going on. They don't really understand what's going on because let's vote with a wallet. I'm 100% for it, but we already did with America Chavez, and that didn't stop it from being 12 issues. We have the new Wasp book is coming out again when it sold.
Along with Iceman. It was the thing. It's like I heard so many people within Comicsgate talk about boycotting Marvel and DC because of the bad behavior of the pros and also of just bad product and what. Actually, it was more along the line of the behavior of the pros. It wasn't because the books themselves were bad.
I want to comment because I do think that was how it started badly, because I don't agree with telling people how to treat their personal timeline if they cannot tell you back. And these people are freelancers, regardless of what everyone say. I was one too. I wasn't paid to, nobody's paying me nothing to keep my timeline
right,
whatever the hell I want. I mean, some professionalism is required. You cannot not blatantly insult your customers. That
would be appreciated.
but if you want to post about how much you hate Trump or whatever, I think you should be able to. I think that's where it got distracted. It should be about the comics at the end of the day.
Yeah, I don't. That's why I've gotten to the point with like the comic book pros and whatnot when it comes to whatever they're saying and whatnot. Unless it directly affects the work that they're doing currently, I don't care. I just do not care what they say on social media. It's not important. It's not relevant to the topic of the comic books themselves. Like with things like Nick Spencer when he was writing Secret Empire or Captain America and whatnot, he was literally wearing his heart on his sleeve. He was being very obvious with like where he was going and what he was talking about. It was blatant. It was obvious. He didn't try to frame it in a way where it's like, okay, let's, have some nuance, have some, that's a clear show of his personal feelings and his personal beliefs conflicting with his book. And I don't like that, because I think that you made it too personal for yourself. It's like, this is Captain America. You can't do that. You can't, put your own hangups on a character. This character is beloved and known by millions. You can't do that. That's
no.
You have a
responsibility. I understand. I mean,
but
just as they are entitled to put, the whatever message against Trump they want to, we're entitled to criticize it.
Yeah, that too. Well, what I was going to say, it's like, but at the same time, though, Nick blocked me on Twitter for my comments about Captain America and how poorly it was doing. And him not being very nice. I mean, I know I wasn't entirely an angel in that scenario, but I wasn't nearly. He didn't respond in the best way he probably could. But now, looking back on that, I decided, you know what? People have been saying, like, Amazing Spider-Man by Nick Spencer actually isn't half bad. So I went out. No, it's not actually. It's actually pretty decent.
It's not. I mean, you know what? But that's not a commentary on your viewpoint on.
No, what I was getting at was this whole thing of, I'm doing my best to separate the art from the artist. I'm not going to let their own personal hangups and their own personal Twitter spurg out sessions affect my enjoyment of the books themselves, because people said that it was decent. I picked up issue 4. I read it. I think Nick actually understands Spider-Man better than Dan has ever understood Spider-Man, because the ability, taking the characters of both Spider-Man and Peter and literally splitting the two.
Well, guys,
yeah, Wolf, we've gone way too long.
Well, I know we've sort of dragged on, but I gotta ask this question because I'm curious about your guys' opinion on this. But I actually think, Joe Quesada actually, he opened up a dialogue with diversity in comics. I'm actually curious to know your guys' opinion on this. But I think that
Joe was drunk and he needs to shut up.
Am I wrong in being optimistic that I think it's a good thing that I think that, creatively, this is what we have to deal with this creatively. This is a controversy that, the creative types like Spike, that's you. That's not me. I'm a fan. Like Nightwolf and I, we're fans. Spike, you're in the industry. I'm not. I'm just a fan. But I figure that I want you guys to get along with each other. And it bothers me as a fan if you guys don't. I don't like the fact that there's artists out there, creative types like yourself, Spike, and others that might disagree with each other and not get along in terms of putting your stuff out there for us to read and to enjoy. And so it bothers me if I perceive a war between creative people. It bothers me because I want to see all that you guys have to offer. So my question to you, specifically, Spike, and Nightwolf, your opinion too, of course, is, in light of all this, in light of this sort of culture war, I mean, are you pessimistic? Are you optimistic? Where do you see us going in the future? I mean, what's your general feeling on the whole thing?
My general feeling of the whole thing is that I feel both pessimistic regarding franchise characters, and I feel optimistic about new characters and independent stuff, because you're not gonna get Marvel or DC back to the way they were. It's a different game now. I mean, they are mostly focused on the movies and the video games and stuff, and whatever Vicious War, like, I have some friends from New York. They have this channel called Mutant Metal Maniacs, and they were talking about this cultural war in comics, and they say comics are fucking Afghanistan. And the thing is, Look, it's not even a new thing. It has just gotten worse. Whenever I remember Arthur Adams telling me when I was talking to Bill Sienkiewicz, he said, "Well, the thing is, there has always been nepotism in comics," and I say, "Yeah, but that's not good. That's the problem." And we can go back to Jim Shooter.
Yeah.
Jim Shooter was the best editor in comics, I think, in American comics. And you know really what they kicked him out because he was strict, because he wanted quality. But the thing is, what Marvel sells the most and has sold the most for all these years has been stuff he edited because he was strict. You know, your Frank Miller's Daredevil, your X-Men, Days of Future Past, stuff like that. That wouldn't exist without Jim Shooter. And
Yeah.
I wouldn't. Craven's Last Hunt, I don't think it would exist without Jim Shooter teaching and asking of these guys to put their effort. And the X-Men, same thing. And he was,
Yeah.
cast away. Chris Claremont cast away from the X-Men, his own fucking book. Chris Claremont was the one who told me, you know what, you have to do your own thing because these aren't your toys.
Yeah.
And I don't remember when he told me that. I think it was 2015, but I should have listened back then, I think.
Right.
And
Yeah.
though I disagree about going after other creatives. I think we could everyone could ignore ourselves in peace, and we should all ignore whoever in peace and just let the market decide what they want to read.
Yeah. Would be nice. Um. For me,
It's almost done.
that's a bit. I don't know. Pessimistic, still optimistic, probably. The thing is with me is like I try to have to be as balanced as I possibly can and give things the opportunity to stand on their own. Um, if a book doesn't, interest me, I don't buy it. Money talks. So if I don't want to buy a book, I'm just not going to buy a book. Um, but I don't know if because like Spike said, Marvel and DC they don't care, and I even said that on Twitter to like multiple people who are talking about boycotting them and whatnot. It's not going to do anything. They don't because they frame it under this very narrow perspective of this will affect the comic books. No, well, yes, to a degree, but will Marvel and DC care? Will they, put forth effort to improve and be better? No, they won't because it's a multimedia company now. They have so many avenues of money that doesn't matter to them in the long run.
Okay.
And I mean, Disney cares even less.
Well, Nightwolf, let me interject there because I'm just
okay. Go ahead.
I feel compelled to interject to your comment, and I'm just I don't want to suggest, and maybe I guess maybe I've unintentionally suggested this, but I've never suggested boycotting Marvel or
no, not you.
Like I well no, but I just want to be clear on this. I have and you know what? Maybe I am part of the problem. Maybe I am part of the problem. I will freely admit that because why am I part of the problem? I might be part of the problem because I love Marvel and DC. Why? Because I have been indoctrinated by them over the last 40 years. I'm the guy that goes every week for the last 40 freaking years. I buy Marvel and DC. So maybe I'm the guy that's part of the problem. Okay, I admit that. But you know what? They're still at the forefront of all this. And you know what? We can sit here and we can criticize them all we want, but they still put out some pretty good stuff. I mean, come on. I mean, let's just put it all out here. I mean, it's not like let's not say that they're like bad. I mean, they still put out some pretty good stuff. They're still responsible for the greatest highest grossing movies of all time. 9 out of the top 10 of all time. I mean, these are people that know how to tell stories, and we're at the top of the game here. And the fact that we're even getting any sort of game time or like airtime out of this, talking about them, I think speaks for itself. I mean, these are people that really know what they're doing, and they're taking obscure writers and putting them at the highest echelon of recognition. Because if you can't write a screenplay, that's all right. As long as you could write a comic book for a comic book company that might have a movie made for it, you're gonna be right up there. And I don't know, like, I feel privileged. I mean, even like, and Spike, I say this specifically to you. I feel privileged. Like, you have no idea how much it blows me away that I actually know a guy who's on Twitter, who's as accessible as you, who's as straightforward as you. You're involved in a community, and you have experience in the comic book community, and you can actually talk about your experiences in writing comic books, and it has direct relationship with the success, ultimately, of just why and how all these comic book movies are being so successful. And I gotta say that. And so I say that sort of tongue in cheek, because I know you've got some pretty strong opinions about comic books and the movies and what have you, but it is a sign of the times that that we live in, that we can talk to someone like you, who is not only part of the industry, but actually has a say in some part of it, and can comment on it to the extent that you do.
Well, I don't think I'm part of any industry anymore, but and that's a problem. Like, so when I studied music, someone told me, like, the thing about studying the things you like is that they lose their charm, because you know the trick. It's like a magician. When you know the trick, it doesn't surprise you. But arts does surprise you at every point. What hurts me is that they have all the resources to make such good things that they just don't want to, because I don't know. And I understand it from the younger editors, but there's people that should know better that I don't understand what's up with them.
Yeah. I think that, well, I'm trying to remember. There was that editor-in-chief at DC who basically said that they were caretakers. I'm blanking on his name.
Oh, Denny O'Neil?
Yeah, Denny O'Neil. That was it. Yeah. Because he told, I remember watching an interview with him, and he told the story about him going somewhere, I guess for lunch or something, and he was
to get the tuna sandwich for. Yeah,
I know. Yeah, I like that story. And he realized that they were caretakers for something that was a lot larger than what they were. Yeah, and that they had a responsibility to do.
The exact quote was that he considered the editors at Marvel and DC the custodians of folk culture.
Yeah, that was what he said.
I took one class with him once in New York City.
Yeah, that they're caretakers. The problem is that the caretakers, at least maybe not all the caretakers, but some of the caretakers are negligent in their duties, I guess you could say. Could they be better? Sure. I mean, despite the fact that Mark Waid has become Dr. Spurg on social media and whatnot, and we know he has a penchant and history of being angry. He has been known to write good stories. He can write a good story, but I think that the problem that was we talk about it being kind of like a club in some cases and in some situations, or, they're not. I mean, they are trying to bring in newer writers and creators and whatnot. Some are good, some not so good. I won't get into that topic because I'll be here an hour. But what was I thinking?
About the writers and the new talent. But I don't think we need new talent. I think we need good talent. I think you just don't give you just don't give a book to someone who has never done comics. You give the book to someone who has become known because he does by himself good comics. I always saw when I was a kid and stuff, I always saw Marvel as the place you earn, or DC. You have to earn it, and to know that right now they just give them away. If you can put together 3,000 signatures on change.org, I think it's insulting for every single person of every single race, of every single sexual preference that is doing their best to break into comics. That's what gets me, because in a way they're spitting at my face too.
Yeah. Well, the thing what was I going to say? With the problems with like older writers who have become like household names and whatnot, and even artists and whatnot, I think that they're big, especially with guys like Mark Waid and Bendis in particular. They're the prime of what they were capable of doing and the types of stories that they were doing were great at that point and still are good, but they've lost their ability to do good storytelling. Well, with Bendis particularly, I think his problem is that he only knows one frame and type of way to write a story, and he's become so derivative that he can't break out of the freaking slump that he's created himself for, and he's become the most overrated writer I have ever seen. People will put him on anything, but he's so goddamn overrated. I mean, he's written good stuff. I'm not going to take that away, but he hasn't written anything good for quite a few years now. And I think that what a lot of those creators that have been around a long time, they haven't taken a break. They haven't stopped writing comics. I think they need a break. They need to go do something different.
Well, Nightwolf, I want to give you a little bit of pushback on that. All right.
Oh, okay.
That's fine. I appreciate what you're saying. And by the way, you represent the majority in your opinion on that. But let me just give you a little bit of pushback on that. And, okay. And I fully admit that, like I said, I might be sending you some Corona in the mail on this. But I just want to say this for what it's worth. I really do believe that. I think that we might be selling Bendis short. I personally believe we live in a culture that does not appreciate patience. I mean, how do you teach a child patience when they can get whatever they want at the push of a fingertip on social media, on an iPad or an iPhone? Good stories take time. These things take time, and we live in a culture that is so impatient for everything. And you know what? When I was growing up, I had to wait a full month for before I got the next chapter in a comic book story. And we now live in a culture that gets impatient when they got to wait more than 2 weeks for it. And even I get impatient. And you know what? Maybe I should slap myself in the face for that, because in all seriousness, maybe we should all, and I'm just suggesting this, and I say this with the utmost politeness to you and to Spike, because, I respect the people that know more about this field than perhaps I do, and Spike in particular, and Nightwolf, perhaps you do as well. I just, honestly, sometimes I got to realize that maybe it's time for all of us to take maybe step back and relax a bit and say, you know what, maybe good stuff takes time to produce, and maybe having a little bit of patience, waiting a month or two. We get so impatient, we get so, nowadays, even myself with DC, I'm glad that DC with the Witching Hour series is only taking a week between stories. And I get impatient if I got to wait longer than a month for a story for the next chapter and everything else. But you know what? Sometimes maybe there's something to be said about a nice good wine. Sometimes things take time, and sometimes we have to and this is where I give pushback to myself sometimes, and I criticize myself because I think to myself, am I being an impatient bastard? Am I maybe being too hard on the media? Am I being too hard on Marvel? Maybe I'm being too hard on DC. And you know what? Maybe I am. And I just say that as a sober second thought, that maybe sometimes I should be a little bit more patient with this medium that I love and that I grew up loving, because I got to remember that when I grew up loving this, when I loved collecting comic books, I got to remember that it was a 1 month before I saw the next chapter. And here I am criticizing it when I'm pushing 50 years old now. And here I am criticizing DC for waiting more than a month for the next chapter. And sometimes I realize, I almost look at myself and I say, you know what? Am I being cynical in my old age? And I don't know. I'm just putting that out there because sometimes I think maybe somebody should slap me in my face, and and maybe wake me up a little bit for being a cynical old man. But I don't know.
Yeah,
putting that out there.
I hear you. I understand the patience thing. My problem isn't with comics isn't the weight. It's the way that's it because I have creative inclinations. I like to draw. I like to write on occasion and whatnot. And while I work on stuff like that, but when you're like looking at other writers and artists and whatnot, and you're looking at what they're doing, especially when it comes to writing and whatnot, and when people start pointing out like how a certain person writes dialogue or they write a story, like Tom King likes to write with 9 panels, Bendis likes dialogue that goes literally nowhere. That's what I'm critiquing, and that's what I don't like. I don't mind that a story takes a month. And I know like the way that Bendis likes to write is he writes more for a trade and not so much for single issues, because there are parts of his books or the way that he writes where nothing really happens. So it feels like filler and a waste of time. I get that, but at the same, when I say he's overrated, but by that, I'm literally saying that I know he's talented. I know he's capable. I've read Ultimate Spider-Man for years. The problem is that you shouldn't give this particular guy, too much to do, too much work. Because that's what Marvel did with him. They put him on literally whatever they could put him on, with books that he knew next to nothing about, characters he knew nothing about, because they put him in Guardians of the Galaxy, which was, I think, a horrible decision. It's like, why would you let him write this? And it's like the same situation with him. Yeah, he wrote X-Men, which I think he could probably write an X-Men title. I just don't think he should be writing main X-Men stories. And the same for like him writing Superman. He should not be writing Superman. He just does not fit with that character at all. The way that the reviews I've seen from a variety of different people, he doesn't know what he's doing. And also, we have to keep in mind that Bendis also has that penchant and habit of retconning everything, like nuking the earth or nuking the ground and building back. And you don't want to do that when people were already enjoying something that was previous before you. That's what he did with Superman. He took away everything that everybody was enjoying. And I understand like trying something different, but he doesn't care about continuity. He doesn't, or at least from whatever I've seen of him from his more current years, he doesn't care about continuity as much as he used to. He likes to make his own. He likes to make his own stuff. He likes to make his own story, which I like that that Bendis wants to make his own thing, which is admirable. But crazy suggestion. Why don't you go make a comic book in the independent circuit that allows you to do that, where you get to make your own story and make your own continuity? Stop messing with the characters that I grew up with. I'd greatly appreciate that. But that I don't hate him but I do think that he's become too big at this point, to the point where they think I think with DC and Marvel, they think if they slap his name on a book, it's gonna sell hundreds of thousands of copies, and it doesn't anymore.
Yeah, that's the thing I'm talking about with this elitism and stuff. Like, why would you give Bendis so many books at DC where the sales with Superman have actually dropped, as far as I know?
Yeah, as far as I'm aware of,
it doesn't make any sense, because you are noticing that people every single day. I mean, I used to say it all the time. People, Bendis doesn't know how to write. He clearly doesn't know how to delineate the scene. But
by the way, Spike, Spike, just to build on what you're saying, that Patrick Gleason has been teamed up with Bendis for
I feel bad for him.
Justice series.
I know, I saw that.
Yeah, I saw that.
So
I love
builds
Patrick's
on what
art.
you're saying, Spike, about, maybe they're trying to capture the best of both worlds there. So
maybe.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, and the guy was okay with Daredevil, because Daredevil is a lawyer at the end of the day, and what he was doing, it kind of worked with this noir feel to the book, but he's a miss for most. I mean, for example, he's running the Avengers. You have the Avengers talking, and it's like watching Clerks, but with fucking Thor, and it's such a mismatch.
It's not, doesn't work that way, Bendis.
That's the thing. You have to know how your scene works and how to make it progress. I don't even think he's writing for the trades. I think he just writes. When I was working with him in Spider-Man, he set up this arc with a Black Cat. The first issues we made were this arc with a Black Cat. They actually forgot to go anywhere with them. They set up a mafia war with a Black Cat. They never addressed it at the end of the Spider-Man run. They completely forgot about it, and they just and Bendis just wrote this very large Sinister Six refry, the new Sinister Six run that was a waste of space and time. Actually,
The thing is, the thing with Bendis that I notice is, like, he'll write characters, but he doesn't know the characters well enough to actually write them the way they're supposed to behave.
Well,
and when you're working on characters that are already established and that everybody already knows, that's not a very good sign. I mean, he wrote Hawkeye wrong when he was writing Avengers, because he wrote Hawkeye as some sort of womanizing playboy asshole. It's like, that's not Clint. It's not even remotely like Clint at all.
I just want to make a point, though.
Okay, go ahead.
And I don't disagree with you, Nightwolf. I agree with your point about that particular character, but I will say this about Spike's specific point, and that is that when Bendis is given when he's given focus by the larger publishing community, and that, in other words, if DC builds upon what Bendis is doing with the character, I think it will pay dividends. Because I will say this about Bendis's build up with the Superman community. I really do believe he's got a lot of potential there with the larger Superman universe and the larger DC Galactic universe. I think Bendis has a lot of potential there with the ideas that he has. And if DC builds on that, I think it will be for the better of the DC universe. I really truly believe that. But I also agree with you, and this is where the controversy comes in, is that I agree with you where he kind of does his own thing. But you know what? Tom King does the same damn thing on Batman. Much to my
I agree.
He
does know how to write Booster.
Does the same damn thing on Justice League. So what? I don't want to say this is just we shouldn't say this is not just a Bendis thing. This is a King thing. This is a Snyder thing. this is,
Yeah.
maybe this is a little bit of an
There's
ego-driven thing, and I don't
yeah.
even want to blame the individual writers because I think that these are all
No.
creative types that they want to put their best story forward, and in fairness to them, I support them in wanting them. I respect them for supporting their story, and
Yeah.
I gotta say, like, I respect the fact that everyone supports their own story moving forward. And I gotta tell you, like, I kind of like the story that the King's, well, that Bendis is putting forward anyway so far. Um, I gotta tell you, at the end of the day, I have more faith in Bendis than I do in King or Snyder. But
Hmm.
this is what here. Look, I'm gonna cut to the chase. I like what DC is doing. I like that DC is at least creating if there's going to be a war in the DC universe, at least it's a war between creative types. There's a war between the Snyder version of the DC universe, the King version, and the Bendis version. At least, at least, at least we know where the lines are drawn. Whereas in the
Yeah.
Marvel universe, it seems like a shit. It's like throwing shit at a wall, seeing what sticks, and
Yeah.
that's what I. That's just why I kind of I like where things are at with the DC universe. Even because right now in the DC universe, it's a free for all. We got the Johns version, we got the King version, Snyder version, Bendis version. We're
Yeah.
trying to reconcile that with the Doomsday Clock version. We don't really know where we stand in the DC universe, but it's kind of fun. It's kind of like free for all, and in the Marvel
I
universe, I don't really know where we stand, but you know what, guys, I gotta tell you that overall, I'm enjoying myself. I'm really enjoying myself right now as a comic collector because it's a lot of fun right now as somebody who's caught in the middle of all this. But maybe I'm an outlier.
yeah.
I don't know.
Well,
Well,
there's nothing wrong with being an outlier. I'm kind of an outlier too. Um in some respects and whatnot. I understand that very well. I'm very self-aware of this.
no, the way I
Um
see it is that you're right in the sense that DC is doing much better. And in DC, you at least have like your pick. I mean, there's people who like Bendis, Tom King who is becoming Bendis, and some people like Snyder, and you have Jeff Johns. At Marvel, you have Donny Cates, and that's it.
pretty much Donny Cates and if Nick Spencer can continue doing what he's doing, maybe
You,
he can
you you
redeem
have you
himself a
have
bit.
Donny Cates, you have or
Well,
you
Jason
had at
Aaron,
least Chip
Jason
Zdarsky.
Aaron is okay.
Yeah. Zdarsky
Chip
was doing a
Zdarsky
good job.
was doing well. But at
Yeah.
the end of the day, they feel disjointed. I mean, there's more of a
Yeah.
plan in the DC universe, definitely, than in the Marvel universe. And
I disagree with the whole thing of it there being a plan anymore because I feel like there was a plan when they started Rebirth. There was a plan. There was a goal. And now somebody moved that goalpost to a completely new location, probably another dimension. I'm not entirely sure, but that goalpost is gone at this point.
no,
It
but
feels
I
like
mean,
it went somewhere else.
it's more
With
concentric, at least, than the Marvel universe. That
it's
the,
easier to follow. It's easier to follow,
not only
and
easier to follow, you have like these, even the big events that everybody's hating now. The
yeah,
Marvel universe big events, they seem like unfocused. They don't know what they want to do with the characters. They don't even know who they should talk
that's
about.
Marvel in a nutshell.
But this wasn't like, I remember 10 years ago. 10 years ago, really. Well, not 10 years ago, but last decade was a golden age for Marvel, and people I don't think get it unless you were reading that. But
Yeah,
most of the people, diversity in comics and all, and it's not about diversity in comics, but a lot of the people that just came back don't understand how good Marvel was last decade.
yeah,
Like
you got a point.
you read
Yeah,
the X-Men line. The X-Men line was like almost what, 11 years
I
solid. I mean,
I was reading what was it? It was called New X-Men. It was with that new class of students.
Oh yeah, I love the new X-Men. And,
that was fantastic stuff. And I even read one of, I think it was Uncanny X-Men or just X-Men. I don't remember which one. It was when they shook up the team and they put Mystique and Iceman and Sabretooth on a team along with Cannonball and other characters that I'm.
The inker who is doing those comics is now doing my comic, and those were awesome. Very good comics.
Yeah. There was a point in time when Marvel was doing good work, and the funny thing is like when I was reading Marvel, it was after the 90s, and I was reading. I had like subscriptions to books for Marvel, where you actually mailed the money, so to speak, or well, maybe not mail the money, but you had a subscription and they brought the books to you directly. I got to read Runaways. I got to read Spider-Man, Black Panther. There was a variety of other books. I even picked up the trade versions for Young Avengers. And considering that I was still either on my way out of high school or still within that age demographic of what Runaways and Young Avengers is supposed to be for, I can say with 100% certainty that those people knew how to write characters that can be relatable to pretty much anybody and everybody, especially with young adults. Problem is now we don't have that.
No, we don't have any. Seriously,
yeah,
that's my argument. Like, even with Donny Cates, I can notice the difference between Marvel back then and Marvel now. Because what Donny Cates is doing right now, it was common 10 years ago.
Yeah. I mean, the last major event that I tried to read through and whatnot, and what made me go, you know what, Marvel, you're kind of sucking and you're screwing shit up, was when they started Secret Wars. And I'm like, okay, this is a really cool story. I like this idea of Doctor Doom controlling the entire world and whatnot. This is really interesting. And then I found the spoilers of everything that was going to happen afterward. I'm like, what are you doing?
You want to know why hiding that? Because I was actually working when they were making that.
Yeah.
It was to accommodate all these new editors who didn't know anything about continuity.
Yeah. Makes sense.
And that's when everything went downhill. It was just a little before Spider-Verse. I mean, Spider-Verse was just a little before Secret Wars. And it was when they decided, like, fuck continuity. We don't care about the Ultimate Universe. We don't care about 616. And they just forgot they actually destroyed 6162 and decided to call this 1616. And it became just a mindfuck of people that don't have any place doing comics, that never have, 95% of the editorial staff at Marvel right now doesn't have an experience reading comics before they started working at Marvel.
And they don't have any leadership to teach them how to,
That's like hiring me to be, the military strategist for the United States. I have no idea what I'm doing.
Yep. It's like you're supposed to hire the right people for the right job, and Marvel doesn't really do that anymore.
They just forgot about it, and it's pissing people off.
Many different. Clearly has. It pissed me off because it's like with editorial and whatnot, they during Secret Wars or after Secret Wars basically concluded, and they've launched a lot of those new titles and whatnot. I was reading Black Knight, and I really enjoyed it, and then it got canceled after 5 issues, and I'm like. And then at the end, on the final issue, it was like, this was freaking rushed. Like, there was no build up to this final fight. And not to mention that this fight is boring and not even remotely entertaining. I'm like, if you knew that this was not going, you threw darts on the board and you were hoping that some of these books would sell, or you were just flooding the shelves so that you could dominate the local comic shops. It's basically the strategy. Is like,
that's the problem.
And but guys, can I just comment though? I think it's very telling that the comments that you're making is that I think it ties into the whole commentary about Venom as a movie, which is what this whole video is about, and that is plainly that frankly, Sony being the outlier, because Sony's come under a lot of criticism for how they handled Spider-Man. But guess what?
Mm-hmm.
They did okay with Spider-Man. I know that bothers a lot of people to hear, but it's a fact. They did okay with Spider-Man. I don't care what anybody says.
Come at us, bros.
For itself. And they did okay with Venom. Venom is a success no matter how you cut it. And the fact of the matter is that I think that our discussion here is a microcosm of the larger discussion of Spider-Man in the context of the Marvel comic book universe, in terms of how Spider-Man's been handled, and in terms of how it can be handled in terms of the smaller scale universes, in particular the movie universes. And I think that, quite frankly, my conclusion is, and I want to know your guys' perspective on this, but I think that Sony handling Venom is a good thing. So my question to you, Spike, my question to you, Nightwolf, is this. Is Sony handling the Venom universe, the Venom character, a good thing moving forward, or is it a bad thing? Let me know.
I think that it's a good thing. Because I want to see competition, and I want to see, like I said earlier in the stream, I want to see studios doing different things. I want them to experiment. I want them to try new things. And because, what was I going to say? I feel like I've reiterated that point pretty much already. But what I'm thinking right now, and I was thinking about this earlier while we were streaming and whatnot, while we were talking about Venom, and how I kind of likened it to like the early 2000s superhero boom that we initially got with things like X-Men, Spider-Man, Blade, other sorted smaller superhero projects and whatnot, where they didn't take themselves too seriously and they had fun. They told concise stories that were really well done. I think that Sony holding on to the properties that they have currently, I think, is good, because at the end of the day, I want somebody to be able to compete. I want there to be different types of ways of telling stories, and to give different perspectives on these characters and on the heroes and anti-heroes or villains or whatever the case may be. I want to see people try different things. If Venom ends up being, not overtly financially successful in the broad scheme of everything else it's competing with, and I'm talking about like all superhero movies going forward and those in the past, if it ends up just being a cult film, I'm completely okay with that, because I like cult films, at least the ones that are like superhero related, but they're not overtly well known or overly popular. One of my favorites that I have in my collection that I like to watch is Guyver, or The Guyver, which had Mark Hamill in it. And it's cheesy. It's overtly 90s, but I enjoy it. So I want to see people try different things and to have some fun. If the next Venom movie ends up with a bunch of people in rubber suits fighting each other, I will not care, because at least I'll be having fun, because that's what I want to do. I want to have fun.
Yeah, in my opinion, I like that Sony is doing something with the characters more than I would like them to be back to, Marvel.
Yeah.
Not only on the competition aspect. The thing is, I think they should fully embrace it, like it seems Fox was doing, with Logan and Deadpool and New Mutants.
Yeah.
I think they should have embraced like the full R, and they should try to make Venom like their whole. their Venom movie, and yeah, I do agree. Like, I wouldn't like every single superhero to be made by Marvel, and even the DC films. I mean, Wonder Woman is great, but for example, Suicide Squad and Justice League, I actually enjoyed watching those films and watching the different take, even though I know they are not like the best movies ever made.
No.
I did have a good time because I think at least
There's
they did
nothing
have
wrong with
like,
having.
yeah,
I don't think there's anything wrong with having a guilty pleasure. You
they,
know.
they they had the core of the characters, and that's what I care most about. I want to see
Yeah.
those characters, and I think that happened with Venom too. I did get to see the Eddie Brock and Venom I was picturing in my head when I was reading all those comics when I was a kid back in the 90s.
Hmm. Yeah.
So yeah, in fact, I would say I would ask Sony to go even further away from the MCU. Don't try to make Venom like the MCU. Make it its own thing. That's what
Yeah.
I would like to see.
You have to try some
I want to
different
build
stuff.
on. I want to build on what Spike said. That I think that what I hope that what Sony gets from this lesson is that Sony. I view Sony as being a coward. They've cowardly they've let the whole Marvel fan base push them into a corner where they feel like they have an inferiority complex, that they don't understand the Spider-Man universe. And I say that's rubbish. There's all the evidence is clear that Sony understands Spider-Man. And I frankly think that even when they fail with Spider-Man, they make over $700 million at the box office. And by the way, that's not a failure. And
no,
even
if Amazing Spider-Man 2 made the least amount of money out of all Spider-Man films, that is still not a failure.
No, this is my point, and I refuse, and maybe I'm an outlier on this, but to me, Sony has been a proven success with Spider-Man, not a failure, as they've been associated with. Look,
yeah.
The only reason, people seem to forget that why is Spider-Man so successful with the common everyday man? It's because of Sony. It's not because of Marvel Studios. Sony Studios made Spider-Man popular in the popular culture, not video games, not everything. It's Sony putting it out as a movie. It's Sony, and Sony lost a lot of their confidence because of their email scandal and everything else. And I know I'm in the minority on this, but if I was Sony, I would say, look, enough of this nonsense. We control Spider-Man. We control the name. We control it. We decide whether or not Marvel gets to use it for any Marvel movies. We control it. We just came out with a Venom movie that we didn't even think was very good, but the people think it's good. So this is actually a win for Sony. And this is another example of Sony being able to say, "Hey, look, we got all the power in the world here. Now, there's only one way to screw this up, and that is if Sony does something really stupid. But if they're smart, they're not going to do anything stupid. All they got to do is, let Tom Hardy take control of the sequel, do a good Venom sequel with Carnage, do not involve Spider-Man, and have a good relationship with Marvel Studios and Spider-Man moving forward, but enough that they, obviously they still control Spider-Man, and you know what? They're going to have Venom. They still control Spider-Man. They still get the bulk of the royalties out of Spider-Man moving forward with the Marvel Studios movies moving forward. And it's a win-win situation for Sony. But they got to stop with this inferiority complex, because I cannot believe that somebody like Sony, they have all the cards in their favor. Any lip I would get from Marvel Studios about Sony not being able to not understanding Spider-Man. Look, Sony controls Spider-Man. if I was Sony, I would say to Marvel Studios, I would say to Disney, look, watch your mouth. Everything you say on social media about us, you're going to run through us first. Why? Because we said so. That's why. We control it. You don't. Get used to it. That's the way it's going to be. It's not going to change. And if you want to continue to make even a fraction of the $1 billion you think you can make, just be nice to us, treat us nice, and we can both make a lot of money off this mutually beneficial relationship. But in the meantime, watch your mouth. And that's the bottom line. You know, if Disney's going to take this attitude like Donald Trump, that they can say whatever they want with no consequence, well, you know, guess what? It's going to have a consequence. You know, just, you know, be mindful of what you say, and this is going to be a mutually beneficial relationship.
Yeah. It would be nice if it was a nice symbiosis between the two.
Exactly. A perfect example, because you said the word symbiosis. And,
I did it on purpose.
Venom is what a perfect analogy, what a perfect word to use for a word for Venom, right?
Yeah. I would like that. Well, if I'm being completely honest, considering that I didn't like Homecoming, I mean that's become very obvious.
Yeah, I'm on the same side. Like, I understand kids loved it, but
that's fine.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
didn't. The only part that I liked was Michael Keaton. That was it. He's the only thing that sold that movie for me.
He was pretty good in that film.
Yeah, I liked him. I liked him a lot. I was like, you know what? I feel for this guy. I don't feel sorry for Spider-Man. I feel sorry for him more than Spider-Man. It's like I thought that the pity party was supposed to be with Peter, not with the bad guy. What was it?
Oh, the best part was Aunt May.
No. God damn it. Why do you have to remind me of the parts that I hate?
I mean, you just forget that she's Aunt May. She's like...
Yeah, I'll pretend she's not Aunt May. She's just some very attractive hot lady who talks to Peter on a regular basis, and he lives with her. That doesn't sound awkward and weird at all.
It's his other Aunt May, the young one, from his mother's side.
Yeah, I already railed against Homecoming, I think, fairly enough. Not in this video, but in my own video that I did when it came out.
No, I understand that. I'm in the same camp, but I also understand that kids are gonna love it, and that's my point with the new characters. I think the new characters should really focus on what everybody wants to do, and it's put them in movies and TV and video games. I think that's where they're gonna be successful.
Yeah, you're right, because the problem is like we've mentioned with like comic books and whatnot. The problem with the comic book, like not just with readership, but how they handle the characters is they think that they can just pass it to anybody and do the bare minimum amount of effort and work it takes to build a character and to build a story. And it's out of either nepotism or laziness. One of the two.
Let me ask you this, guys. Let me ask you this. I'm actually curious because speaking of Spike and yourself, Nightwolf, what do you think is the best indicator of what the new generation is looking for? Is it the gamers? Is it the like video gamers, or is it comic book people? Because what is the sign of the future? When you guys look to what new generations are looking for, do you look to the comic book community? Do you look to gamers? Where do you look for that sign in terms of where the future of comic book writing lies? Because I'm not sure where it lies. What do you think?
Well, I
definitely think that it's a gamer side that is, and it's not even the kids. Everybody's going that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The one thing I was thinking, because I think you brought this up, before, Boom, where you were talking about like where is the future of superheroes in general and whatnot. And like Spike said, pretty much it's like, considering that video games are still the largest media out there currently, they make the most money, they have the largest audience in pretty much every respect, because it's also an interactive medium. People get to engage with it. They get to do a lot more with it than you do when you go to watch a cartoon or a movie or TV show or read a comic book. You're actually genuinely engaged with what's going on. And comic books are in this place right now, especially here in the Western world, where their relevance has dwindled to a point where if either Marvel or DC decided to close up their comic book divisions, uh, it well, obviously it would affect every other comic book studio, but considering where their focus is currently, like I said earlier in the stream, where it's focused on the multimedia aspect of everything, it's not focused on comics. Disney, in particularly, could not care less about what Marvel's comic book division does. They don't see it as a profit margin for them, and if Disney themselves or Warner Brothers decide like it's not profitable to keep this part of the buildings or this part of the branch up and running, shut the doors. They can do
guys, that. Let me just point out one fact here that doesn't make a lot of sense to me, and maybe you guys can help me understand this, but I have a hard time reconciling two facts, and I welcome you to enlighten me on this. But isn't it interesting that on YouTube, the most popular YouTube channels when it comes to comic books are what appears to be, I don't know, and I apologize in advance, but am I wrong in saying like maybe upper to lower / middle to upper middle class YouTube channelers to upper middle class YouTube channelers pushing, being the most popular, and yet at the same time they don't seem to be getting as much popularity on the mainstream channels, or they get popularity on the YouTube channels, like Diversity in Comics. Would you consider him to be, I don't know, is that mainstream, lower middle class, upper middle? I don't know how to categorize this, but it seems to me that there seems to be this disconnect. We have this particular popularity of YouTube channels on comic books, and yet we have this. I don't know how do we reconcile this with the reality of comic books, which I think are not very popular. I don't think comic books are very popular in mainstream culture.
They aren't.
I don't think they are. Maybe you guys disagree with me on that, but in my community, I don't think they are. And I openly wonder if, we have these very, learned, academically educated people commenting on comic books online, and I speak with respect to yourself, Night Wolf and Spike and Diversity in Comics and other YouTubers, and on both sides of the political spectrum. I don't want to shun anybody out from that category, and yet at the same time, there seems to be a disconnect there. I don't know. What's your viewpoint on that?
When you look on, well, this is something I was actually kind of looking at. I don't remember who I was watching, but I saw videos from Marvel and whatnot, their actual YouTube page, and it has over 8 million subscribers. You would think that that would be probably the most popular place to get your information about. Whoa. You okay, man? You okay, Boom?
Yeah, I'm okay. Yeah, sorry.
No, it's fine. It startled me.
Sorry, man. I had one of my statues fell over. It's all good.
Oh, okay. But yeah, what I was going to say, what was I going to say? But when you look at like Marvel or DC, which are their should be the largest and most popular place to get information on the comic books that are coming out, and you look at the videos that they're producing, the disconnect that you're kind of talking about, Boom, it's like all you got to do is look at the view counts on some of those videos. The most popular view counts that like on Marvel's page on YouTube that they possibly have are like the trailers for whatever upcoming movies they have. They don't know how to promote comic books. They really don't.
No, I don't think they care to.
Yeah. It's not only do they not know how to, but they don't care to. And Spike is right. Because if I were to go to another, I know like Japan is not the be all end all for any form of comic book media, but when you go over to that side of the island or that side of the world, and you see companies like Shonen Jump and other imprints still producing comic books at higher volumes than anything on this side of the world. I mean, they're still producing over 1 million issues for some of their books. That's a massive volume of books. And they're still publishing the Shonen Jump Weekly or whatever. I think it's a weekly book. Yeah, it's a weekly magazine. And they're still producing high volumes of those. Comic books aren't, I know some people might say like comic books are dead. They're not dead. It's that Marvel and DC, considering that the Western comic book industry relied so heavily on them for so many decades to be the pillars and the cornerstones of this market. And while there are other publishers out there, they've never been able to match them or challenge them on any level that would be, feasible. The problem is that this industry, as it is currently, cannot continue to sustain itself the way it has been. People rely so heavily on Marvel and DC because they have the most popular characters and the most recognizable and most well-known characters.
I just want to point something out that
go ahead.
That superheroes, these Marvel and DC characters, they are the most popular they have ever been. And even taking that into consideration, they cannot sell comics.
That's
to new people and stuff.
Yeah, and like I was saying with Japan and especially with Shonen Jump, it's like you want to talk about marketing and selling books that are superhero based. All we probably have to do is look at the sales figures for My Hero Academia from Shonen Jump. Like how many individual volumes do they sell?
I have to disagree there too, because the issue with the manga numbers is that they take into consideration. The thing is they take into consideration licenses. They license out to the world. Right. Marvel doesn't. Diamond doesn't do that. Diamond only considers North American numbers, so it's very difficult to compare numbers. But what is true is that manga is rising up. It's becoming more popular. That is extremely true.
Yeah, and maybe on a global scale. People know who Spider-Man is globally. They know who Batman is, Superman, Wonder Woman. They should, even people in other countries know who these characters are. And the fact that Marvel and DC, aside from their movie branches, can't find a way to. Well, I mean, I know that they sell the books to other countries and whatnot, but they don't do it at the same high volume that, let's say, Shonen Jump does when they're licensing it out to other companies to take care of. It's just odd to me. It's like the numbers don't add up. It's like if Marvel and DC took the ideas of things like from, I think Spike, you mentioned this before on I think it was the last time I saw you with Boom when you were talking about European comic books and how they market theirs and how they sell and ship and do all that stuff. It's like, from what it sounded like, them and Japan have a much clearer grasp on how to ship and, license and make everything go global, go everywhere with their comic books particularly. Although with Shonen Jump and whatnot, it's their multimedia too, obviously. They have studios that, make animated series and movies and whatnot, but at the same time, if they're able to get a hold of a large market share, although we don't know the exact numbers here in the States or in other countries, the fact that they're shipping on global scales at much higher volume than Marvel and DC, you would think that would make them nervous at some point, or at least consider other avenues, but I don't think they ever will because they don't care about that avenue anymore. It's kind of, I guess, in a sense, the point I'm getting at is kind of a losing battle with them. We're still going to have the characters and the heroes from those stories. They're probably never going to go away because of their popularity and how well known they are. But their comic book sides are, who knows how much longer they have till the bigger parts of the studio decide to close shop, or considering we've already been talking about it, it's like there's very little care that goes into it. There aren't editors that, toe a line or say, hey, no, this is what we're doing, get in line or get out. And the fact that so many of the writers and editors and everybody else at Marvel and DC are freelancers, and very few of them are on exclusive contracts and whatnot, that kind of makes me think that comic books in this country will have to adapt to a different plan. I think with like how the Indiegogos for a lot of the Comicsgate related channels have been going, I think that while it's not perfect, but it is, I think, a step in a direction. And if those particular channels and those particular people and maybe even myself, Spike, and others, if we come together to create a different type of publishing or a different way of not only marketing the books but also distributing them globally, that could bring the comic book industry that's here in the US.
Well, I can tell you something that we're doing right now regarding that. Okay. I think what has happened with the Indiegogos and basically the Indiegogos is that if as independent comic book writers, and I'm doing logistics because I'm doing my own studio thing and we're launching a comic and stuff, we have to embrace digital right now because it's the best for the audience to get comics. It's the only way to get them really on time. And it's something that I've noticed. I think they are going out of the way not to do. But I think, for example, with my book, we're trying to make a 50-page comic. A 60-page comic with the price of $2.99. The price of the cheapest DC 20 pages comic book.
Yeah.
And I think it's possible if we get the enough audience to make it viable digitally.
Yeah,
Because
I would agree with that. We need to find ways to make everything more accessible. The problem with a lot of the Indiegogos and whatnot that I've seen and whatnot, it's not cheap. Um, and a lot of people have been saying this for several months now. It's like you're gonna tap out your marketplace or the people who are buying. Eventually, they can't keep supporting this way.
yeah,
You have to
exactly.
find other avenues to do this,
Eh,
and I
eh,
think that like digital is a good option. I think that like if we can find ways to do as many different forms of selling these books as possible, not just digital and selling them physically through, you know, Indiegogo and whatnot. I mean, I remember, I think it was Don DeLaley was talking with somebody on Twitter, and someone recommended doing a Shonen Jump style magazine with a lot of the books. I could see something like that working too. You know,
no,
it
I
would
don't
be a
think it's that.
matter of
I think that the thing is that priorities are not in the right place, and
right.
this is the first thing they should attack. Make a great
Yeah,
story. You make a great story. You give your best shot. It doesn't matter how you publish it. People are gonna want to read it.
yeah,
You make a very good story, and people, if it's digital, people are gonna buy it digital.
yeah,
But the thing is, you have to make the characters and your stories work, and you have to make people crave it. After that, you can talk about making the hardcover special edition, whatever. But after the
yeah,
fact that you've made your characters grow so much and your story grow so much that people are interested in investing and making it grow and making it physical even and making it viable,
yeah,
but you need that first step, which is you need to garner the trust with great stories.
yeah. I think that one of the things that because I talked about this probably about a month ago or so with Professor Geek when we were talking about me working on a comic book because I've been kind of working on that kind of stuff for a very long time. I don't have anything completed or anything. I do it at my own pace and whatnot. But I was always of the mindset that if I'm going to make a book, it's going to be finished before I even tell anybody that like. I mean, I can announce it when it's like in progress and keep people updated on what's going on, but I don't want to do Indiegogo to try and garner money so that I can, pay for it. If I want to do a comic book on my own and, write it, edit it, well, probably not edit it. I'll probably have someone else do that because I'm terrible at spelling. Um, but if I'm going to be writing it and drawing it myself, I want it to be accessible to as many people as possible, and I don't want to make promises that I can't keep. Basically, I think is what I'm saying. I don't want to do that.
I don't think there's a problem right now with promises. I mean, there's
No.
like we know Cyberfrog and Jawbreakers are doing well and
Yeah,
stuff. The,
they're
the
coming
thing the
along.
thing I would point out, I don't think there's shame in using the money to for example, we're gonna need some money to color the book because we already we already have the inker. We're making
Yeah.
it the best way we know how to make comics. We even we're doing bullpen time for the concept and stuff like that. And but the thing is that you have to think about the customer first. This is what Comicsgate is all about. So you have to make it accessible. You have to make something they like. You have to make it, work in favor of them. That's
Yeah.
what I would try to. That's what I
Yeah.
would do. That's the main focus should be, great stories because that's what we're craving for. And
Yeah.
fleshed
Yeah.
out characters and stuff because I've noticed there's a little trend, and this is you come up with a character, but that doesn't mean you came up with a story. So you have to you really have to pay attention to that first step because it is that first step that will take you everywhere else. it was a first step that Stan Lee took. It was a first step that Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster took. I mean, Spider-Man was Amazing Fantasy number 15 was a canceled book, and they had to go out of their way to make a new line of comic books because that idea was just so great. Like how much time have we spent talking about Spider-Man tonight? Because that idea is so fucking great. That's the thing. That's what everybody should be looking into more than the Indiegogos and whatever.
Yeah.
First get the story, and then you go. We can do everything with that. I mean, if people start saying like, dude, why the hell are you reading Batman or whatever? But this character is way better. That's what happened with Spawn at some point. And if they had made the effort, I think they could have made Image much greater than what it was.
Yeah, I think that what was I thinking? I think I mentioned this on streams, not on my own, but when I was watching other people's streams and whatnot. It's like I think that the focus is like to like you said, create our own stories, create our own characters that resonate with the audience. That's what the audience and the readership wants. Basically, create your own iconic characters. Make something that people will remember. And you never know what that could lead to. Like you said, like Spawn was just what was Todd McFarlane's baby and his independent darling. It became popular partially because of the name attached to it, but at the same time it was a good story too. So
it's even published today, so something happened there, and people
something was done right.
It's iconic with the 90s even.
And
then that's what we need to do. We need to make our iconic characters that right now I think the names attached to them are bigger than the comics itself themselves, and I think that's gonna become a problem because people, if they like Ethan Van Sciver's videos, they can go watch them without buying the comic.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I'm actually somewhat happy and grateful that any of them, because if I were to publish a book and whatnot, it's like they'd be publishing it because my name is attached to it, not because I had a story that I wanted to tell and to share with everyone. So small blessings, I guess. Anyway, I think I'm actually going to end the stream now because we've been doing this for far too long.
Yeah, man. You guys have a good night. It was awesome fun talking to you guys.
Yeah.
Good night, everybody.
Good stream.